The House will come to order. Announcements by the Speaker.
Announcement by the Speaker. A message from the Senate has been received requesting concurrence by the House to amendments adopted by the Senate to the following House files. House file number 366. Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on House file number 1830. Cleavorn, Freiberg, Greenman, Hewitt, and Nash. Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on 1937. House file 1937. Newton, Elkins, and Bliss. Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on Senate file number 1955. Vang, Purcell, and Anderson, P.H. Announcement by the Speaker. The Speaker announces the appointment of the following members of the House to a conference committee on House file number 2310. Hanson R., Acom, Hollins, Jordan, and Kraft.
Reports from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Long from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, pursuant to Rules 1.21 and 3.33, designates the following bill to be placed on the calendar for the day for Wednesday, April 26, 2023, and establishes a pre-filing requirement for amendments offered to the following bill. Senate file number 2995.
Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File 36. The clerk will report the bill.
House file number 36, number 2 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to employment, establishing worker safety requirements, the third engrossment.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, the author of the bill, Representative Greenman, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This bill rests on the simple premise that all Minnesota workers deserve to be safe and respected at work, no matter where you work, who you work for, or what your background is. It protects Minnesota warehouse workers by updating our worker safety standards with common sense notice and transparency requirements. That companies notify warehouse workers of any quotas they're expected to meet and provide workers with access to their own data on how they're performing their quotas. If workers are given the information and the power that they need, they can keep themselves and their coworkers safe. Work shouldn't hurt, but for Minnesotans working in Amazon's warehouses right now, it does. In committee after committee, now for 2 years, we've heard workers describe being forced to work at a grueling and relentless pace. We've heard talk about a culture of anxiety and fear, working under intense electronic surveillance that tracks their every move. Workers who push themselves to the brink, not having time to eat lunch, to use the restrooms because of the relentless pace. If workers can't meet their high quotas, they don't keep pace, then they're penalized or they're fired and they're replaced with new employees, and the cycle, that churn of workers in and out at a rate twice as high as other workplaces and warehouses, starts all over again. Listening to Minnesota workers and then looking at the data paints an alarming picture that requires us to act with this bill. The National Employment Law Project reported, and their updated data reflects that the business model has led to an injury rate that's 1.5 times higher the injury rate to workers in non-Amazon warehouses, and 3 times higher than the rate of other private industry. These injuries are almost all preventable musculoskeletal injuries from the rapid repetitive motion of pulling, of lifting, of twisting without sufficient recovery time, the kind of injuries that last a lifetime. So for members who were here last session, you may remember we passed this same bill off the House floor. And since then, the problem has only gotten worse. New data from 2021 shows that the injuries have actually risen by 10% from the already staggering injury rates. These are attributable to the management practices that force excessive pace of speed through algorithm surveillance and a discipline that has been pioneered by Amazon. It doesn't have to be this way. It shouldn't be this way, and in fact, for workers in other warehouses, it often isn't this way. The fact is that our safety standards have not kept up with a high-tech and cutting-edge model, and it causes workers harm. Minnesota OSHA can only enforce standards that exist, and we don't have a standard to cover these dangerous practices. That's why we need this bill. It's a modest and common-sense bill that simply requires large warehouses to notify their workers of any quotas they're expected to meet. It gives workers the right to access their own personal their performance data, and it ensures that any quota performance standard can't interfere with their legal rights. And to ensure that companies comply with this notice standard, it gives them the rights to enforce their rights under the statute. This bill is a common-sense response to a big safety problem. It will ensure that workers have what they need. Members, I'd ask you to vote yes.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Greenman moves to amend House Bill number 36, the third engrossment. The amendment is coded A6.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment is an officer's amendment that makes a number of updates based on feedback we've gotten for the last couple of months of conversations with the retailers, with Amazon, and others to clarify language. Just a few highlights of what it does. It adds a definition for aggregated employee work speed data. It clarifies that employee work speed data doesn't include personal earning statements. It reduces to 1 day the time necessary to provide notice. It clarifies what discipline means, and it removes a severability clause that's redundant and unnecessary under Minnesota statute.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Greenman moves to amend her amendment to House Bill number 36, the third engrossment. The amendment to the amendment is coded A7.
On the A7 amendment, Representative Greenman.
This amendment simply clarifies a typo in the underlying amendment.
Discussion to the Greenman author's amendments. On the A7 amendment, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. On the underlying A6 amendment, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
NISCA moves to amend House Bill number 36, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A5.
The member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This bill, on its whole, I think is bad policy and unnecessary. We do have an administrative agency that is tasked with dealing with this, and we're handed out some data, I guess, showing that from that administrative agency that they've figured out there's a problem that they can deal with. But what we were presented with in committee, and what I've heard from advocates for this bill, is that the Department of Labor and Industry needs more tools to deal with. But what we don't need is a brand new private right of action that creates additional costs and mandates on our already struggling businesses. And so the A5 amendment is simply to allow the administrative agency that we have oversight over, that we can provide the tools for, to be the primary the primary agency dealing with this, instead of just giving a brand new private right of action to trial lawyers, which will lead to frivolous, attorney-driven lawsuits that, again, are going to be costly on our employers to defend themselves against even claims that might be unwarranted. The litigation costs, I believe, of House File 36 will affect supply chains throughout Minnesota. They will cost businesses and consumers across Minnesota without any additional legal protections. We can trust the Department of Labor and Industry to enforce these provisions if we do go down this road, instead of creating a new attorney-driven private right of action that's going to create bad incentives for bad litigation. I'm particularly concerned about the retaliation provision on line 3.27 that creates a situation where an employee, if they happen to go talk to a smart enough lawyer, is going to just request worker speed data whenever they have a performance problem, and that's going to create a situation in which employers are not able to deal with employees who are genuinely not doing the job right. Again, we heard in committee that we need to give Dolly tools, but what we don't need to do is to create a brand new private right of action with attorney's fees that's going to create bad incentives for trial lawyers and a tough situation for employers and more costs piled onto our supply chains, which are already overburdened, which is already driving inflation on Minnesotans. So I ask for support for the A5 amendment. Thank you.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I would ask you to vote no on this amendment. This deletes the power of workers themselves who may have been injured by this provision to seek to remedy the situation. I absolutely, and this is why the bill built in OSHA, MN OSHA, and Dolly oversight, but we also need to make sure that the workers themselves have that power. There's a private right of action in other DLI labor standards, including the Minnesota Fair Labor Standards Act, the whistleblower protections, OSHA discrimination cases, and WISA. So this is something we often have. And as all lawyers know, frivolous lawsuits are kicked out of court, and there's a mechanism to deal with that. But what we do know is that workers should have the ability to help themselves, and what we're seeing right now is they don't. And so we need to make sure that this language is in there. Please vote no.
Further discussion on the A5. All those in Representative Niska?
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The fact of the matter is frivolous litigation does not just get kicked out of court. It often goes through costly discovery. It goes through to summary judgment often, and it creates costs on our supply chain. As Representative Greenman said, there are a lot of labor statutes already that will protect genuinely problematic labor standards and practices and provide private rights of action. This one, though, is just unnecessary. It's creating, touch foul kinds of liability that creates bad incentives. Please vote yes.
All those in favor of the A5 amendment, please vote aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 36, third reading as amended.
Third reading as amended. The member from Ramsey, Representative Hussein, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House File 36, which would address the issue of the warehouse workers' safety. All Minnesota workers deserve to be safe, respected at the workplace. Warehouse workers are exhausted, and we need to support them now more than ever. This bill has been on the floor for a couple of years, and I want to thank Amy Greenman, Representative Greenman, for bringing this bill forward and working on for a couple of years. There's nothing wrong with this bill. This bill will address the people that you see right now in the chamber. Many of my community show up. Many of the unions show up, and they're advocating for safety. We need to ensure that warehouse employees are safe so that they can return to their family when they're done for their job. We are not a machine. We heard it in the committees. Many of the testifiers showed up and had a concern about this bill. They showed up because they needed justice. They showed up because they need their voice to be heard. Many of them their language is English is their second language, and they do not understand. That's why we need them an opportunity for them, Amazon and any other warehouses, to be addressed that concern that community show up. No one should be unsafe in their workplace. I urge all my colleagues and members to vote yes for this great bill so we can address the community who has the voiceless and who's been showing up in the labors. Approximately 200 to 300 workers from Amazon and other places because they want their voice to be heard. Please vote green. Thank you.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. It's important to know for this body and for the Minnesotans who are watching today that this bill does not specifically target Amazon, and in fact, it's going to make us less competitive for distribution centers across this state. So would Representative Greenman yield?
She will yield. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Greenman, can you list for us certain safety examples from other employers outside of Amazon that would be defined in the scope of this language and the definitions that have had safety violations and the workers that you've heard from?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So what this bill does is says you have to tell your workers if they're being held accountable to a performance standard or a quota, and you have to show them their data. That's all it says. And there's lots of warehouses that are doing that now, and if they're already doing that, then they'll be able to comply with this bill. What we're trying to deal with is a cutting-edge issue, something we're seeing today at Amazon warehouses, but as we have seen with logistics, as we have seen with small businesses, what we know about Amazon is that they are one of the biggest companies in the world, and when something starts at Amazon, in a couple of years, we see it at other places. So what we're doing is we're addressing a safety standard that doesn't currently exist in Minnesota statute, and we're doing it for today for Amazon workers, but for tomorrow, it'll be workers at all of our big warehouses, which in many cases, as we heard and you heard in committee, UPS, Cisco, they're already doing this. And so what we're trying to do is make sure that there's a uniform standard, that if you're being held accountable to a quota, you know what it is, and you're being given the data.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Greenman yield to another question?
She will. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Greenman, what steps has the Department of Labor and Industry done with current law on the books to protect these workers as it relates to these quotas?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We don't currently have laws on the books that require this. So if you made a complaint that said I'm being held accountable to a quota and haven't been shown it, there actually wouldn't be a law on the book for OSHA to enforce. Just like in 2007 when we passed the Safe Patient Handling Standard, we need a standard that OSHA can enforce, and that's what this bill does.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is important because this goes far beyond Amazon. Amazon is one business in this state, but this bill, from the way that I understand it, would impact 28 non-Amazon warehouses across this state, despite whether they have these different quotas for their workers. And so this is the heavy hand of government making us less competitive in this state. And frankly, I love what I have heard from the other employers in this state who have distribution centers and the points that they have made, that they've been working with their employees, many of them union employees, by the way, to make sure that their workers are well taken care of, because this isn't an issue for UPS, for FedEx, and for others. So why are we using the heavy hand of government to impact members, again, 28 other distribution centers across this state who aren't dealing or who don't have this problem? Representative Greenman, would you yield to another question?
She will yield. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Greenman, why do we need to have a heavy hand of government to impact 28 other distribution centers who don't currently deal with this issue today?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I answered that question, but I'll answer it again. When we see business practices, especially ones on the cutting edge, that are hurting people, it's our job in this state to examine those practices, to look at what workers are telling us, and to act. So when we hear that other businesses, and we heard that in testimony in support of this bill, we heard folks from UPS, we heard folks from Cisco say it is only good practice to tell people what quota, what performance standards you're keeping them, you're holding them to, and have access to their data. But they're not all businesses are doing that. And in fact, one of the biggest and growing businesses. So when we talk about competitivity and what our businesses need, the turnover and the injury rates that we're seeing are not good for Minnesota workers. They're not good for Minnesota businesses. We have a workforce shortage. And so when we talk about what we need right now to keep Minnesota competitive, I think keeping workers healthy and safe, these are preventable injuries, is a critical piece. And that's what this bill does.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. If you were listening, you heard that Representative Greenman doesn't have other examples of the way that other workers across the state in distribution centers that aren't Amazon, that this is actually an issue. So instead, we're being punitive and adding additional regulation and burden upon those businesses and adding penalties as well. And so that's a big reason that I'm going to be opposing this bill today. It's because it doesn't have to be this way. We don't have to add these sorts of punitive measures when we have a place in our workforce today where workers can find the different businesses that are treating them well and that have been negotiated for with labor unions. And so that's why I'll be opposing this bill today, and I encourage a no vote on this bill.
The member from Chisago, Representative New.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And would Representative Greenman yield to another question?
She will yield. Representative New. Brindley.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Representative Greenman. And thank you for passing out this article. I assume it's an article, Key Findings on, this is specifically related to Amazon workers. It talks about increasing number of worker injuries, an overwhelming number of injuries that were of the most serious kind, etc. And I'm wondering if you can help us understand, in the last couple of years, how many investigations have Dolly and Minnesota OSHA participated in with Amazon, or how many complaints have they responded to?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative New Brindley. So we've discussed this quite at length in committee. The first thing I'd say, which I will say again, which is we don't currently have a standard around this. The things that are hurting people, the way that folks are getting hurt, is this relentless pace of not knowing what kind of quota, what kind of performance standard they have to meet. People are speeding up. We heard talks of surveillance and fear of getting fired. And in that culture, people are not taking time to rest. They're not taking time to get help. And they're getting injured from these musculoskeletal lifting and stowing and storing. We don't have a standard around that. And so there is no standard to enforce. What we have heard, and what we heard in committee, right, is OSHA's 50 inspectors for the entire state of Minnesota can't enforce a standard that isn't actually in law, and that's why we're going to pass this bill.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And would Representative Greenman continue to yield?
She will yield. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to clarify. So, Representative Greenman, you are telling us here today that there is no standard in law about workplace injury. That's what I'm hearing, because I'm referencing very specifically injuries that have taken place. And you are saying that even when there is injury, that does not fall under the purview of Minnesota OSHA or Dolly. We're talking about actual injuries that have taken place. I'm not sure. Maybe I am mistaken. Perhaps not all injuries are covered. But I'm really trying to understand this injury piece.
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a general duty clause that when OSHA is responding to a complaint they look at. It's very fact-specific. We heard a lot about it from our OSHA director in committee, and I will not claim to be an OSHA expert. But what I do know is the things that are hurting people now are not like a loose machinery that a worker didn't fix, or that the business didn't fix. What's hurting people is the pace that's happening. It's a speed up. And we don't have a standard for that. And so to say, no, I did not say that there's no worker injury standards. But what OSHA does when they go in, they do a very under current law and this general duty standard, which applies to across the board, they do a very fact-specific investigation, and they only do it in response to serious complaints and serious injuries. What this bill does is deal with the fact that in warehouses, you need to keep your body safe by working at a pace. And when we talk about, I think Representative Schultz talked about some of the other places, UPS, others, they've used ergonomics and industrial engineers to figure out what pace we should be working at in order to keep people safe. We don't have a standard that's required under Minnesota law, and we don't even have a standard that requires workers to know what pace they're being held accountable to when they're being held accountable to it. That's what this bill does.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I guess I will point out that I don't think we got the answer specifically, but Minnesota OSHA and Dolly testified in committee that they have not investigated a single complaint of injury in the state of Minnesota in regards to these things. Not one, not a single complaint. So if this bill was really about workplace safety, Minnesota OSHA and Dolly, well, frankly, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say if this was really a workforce safety issue, that they would be investigating those issues. And if they have not investigated legitimate claims, then I'll tell you what, Governor Walz's administration has some serious answering to do for their lack of accountability. And so it's either one or the other. Either the safety issues that are being purported as necessary to fix with this bill language are so serious that it requires legislative action, or, frankly, the Walz administration is not doing their job. They're not doing their job, and I guess I'm not sure that either of those are good answers. This is not about workplace safety. Frankly, let's be honest here. This is about collecting information, perhaps in the future for purposes of collective bargaining. This is about gathering information about proprietary work processes. This is not about workplace safety. This is about protectionism. And if we were going to do the right thing, we would frankly let Minnesota OSHA and we would let Dolly do their jobs, because I am presuming that they have done their jobs appropriately.
Madam Speaker, members, I rise to oppose the bill. Representative Greenman, we've seen this in committee, I think, the last several years, and for some of the reasons, these are why some of the reasons. We have Dolly that testified in committee with many of the employees, and in asking Dolly if they have had any phone calls or investigated the Amazon warehouse particularly, the answer was none. So either the fact is that there were no injuries or they weren't serious enough to contact MinOSHA or Dolly. Now, members, for the last 13 years, I have supported some worker safety bills. I think many folks in here that have been here for a number of years has. And I'm proud of some of the work I've done to protect Minnesota workers. And it's never going to be perfect. So it is oftentimes that things will have to come to this body for us to do to support worker safety. But two, we also must support the employers. Representative Greenman, you said the pace in which some of the workers are going is very harmful. I'd say the pace in which the Democrats are going this session is very harmful at such a fast pace. But yet, not one of the testifiers had stated that they contacted OSHA or Dolly. Now, on the Department of Labor and Industry, they do a fine job, I presume, by protecting Minnesota's employees and employers. They have certain laws that we passed here. Madam Speaker, you probably voted for some of these as well. Matter of fact, if you go to their front page of worker protection, it says this: worker rights and protections. Our agency helps protect the rights and the safety and health of all workers. We educate employers and employees about their rights and responsibilities under Minnesota employment and safety and health laws that we pass. But yet you did not convince any of us on the committee on this side that this was about worker safety, because Dolly had admitted that they had no investigation. Now, we had this bill come up a couple years ago in Zoom. You guys remember it was doing Zoom? And there was a number of testifiers as well, including Dolly. And even then, Madam Speaker, they had no reports of these injuries at Amazon. Now, I'm not going to let Amazon off the hook. Certainly not. We must make sure that they are providing safety to their employees. Without their employees, there is no Amazon, wouldn't you say? That is the fact. But there's been no evidence whatsoever to indicate that their workers are unsafe. And then for big government to come in, now just think about this. By law, we can come into a business, a manufacturing, a warehouse, and tell them exactly how to run their business. How many quotas, how many boxes, how many times you can put this fiddle-faddle together, or whatever. It's big-handed government going into a private business and telling them how fast their employees or how slow their employees should work. Now, Representative Greenman said that some of the complaints where they couldn't have a chance to go to the restroom or have lunches, well, frankly, we have laws for that. Thank goodness. What, for an 8-hour day, I believe by state law, an employee is required to have a half an hour lunch and 2 15-minute breaks. Now, if that is not happening in this Amazon warehouse, because that was the only testifying name mentioned of all warehouses, if that's not happening there, then how come MnOSHA or Dolly was not notified? Aren't you curious? Representative Greenman, if you would yield for a question, please.
She will yield. Representative McDonald.
Madam Speaker, Representative Greenman, you gave some very good testimony and you made some very good points, certainly, but you did not yet even prove one iota of the claims that were given by the testifiers. Not one did you back it up. Did you go visit Amazon yourself and visit the facilities? Did you check with Dolly to see how many complaints were and the fact that if they are in violation of the law, because we have state health laws, that how come Dolly then wasn't participating in pursuing justice for the unsafe work environments?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually did go out and spend a couple hours at the Amazon warehouse in Shakopee. I have spent now 2 years talking to not just Amazon, but also the retailers and also the workers. And so when you say there's not one iota of evidence, I am seeing, and that we actually have many of the workers who've been here committee after committee after committee who tell the story about what it feels like on this House floor. A year ago, a GOP colleague across the aisle, Representative Juergens, said, I called my friend who worked at Amazon to see if these stories were true, and he said, absolutely, they were true. So when I think about what is happening, I listen to the evidence of what we're hearing from the workers, what we're seeing from the data. That OSHA data is self-reported. And so that about 10 workers, out of it, 1 in 10 workers, 10 workers out of every 100 getting hurt, that's self-reported data from these warehouses. And so that's the iota of evidence is what we continue to hear from workers year after year.
Representative McDonald.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Yes, I see the folks in the gallery, and I saw them at committee as well, and I didn't doubt their honesty. I doubted the fact that how come not one of those claims were given to Dolly? We have state laws in the state of Minnesota that protects employees. So why aren't we using them? If the current laws aren't working, what makes you think that this law will work? To the workers of Minnesota, you have rights for your health and safety. If you believe your employer is taking advantage of you or they're breaking state laws, health laws and safety, then contact Dolly, contact Governor Walz, and they should be doing their job. And perhaps they are. But yet we haven't heard in committee that they were. They said they haven't been contacted, even from 2 years ago. So just to think about it, again, this bill, over-encompassing, and it goes in, government will come into your manufacturing or your warehouse and tell you how many employees you can have, how hard they can work, how many gadgets they can produce in certain times of day. We already have health laws and safety laws that regulate that anymore, and it's just not good for business, and it's not good for Minnesotans. We already have a worker shortage. We can't continue to make this difficult for both employers, job creators, and its employees. Madam Speaker.
The member from Scott, Representative Tabke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and members. And the MSP1 is the largest Amazon facility in the state of Minnesota, and that is located in Shakopee. It came to Shakopee while I was mayor, and we had a lot of discussion about if it was a good thing for our community or not a good thing for our community. In the end, it didn't matter because it was zoning laws, and we weren't going to be able to change that and keep that from happening. But what we have learned since that time is the fact that Amazon treats their employees like robots. They treat the people not as humans, not as neighbors, not as friends, but as robots. And they have a very clear, very limited, very narrow amount of information that anybody gets as to why and how they could be laid off the next day, how they could not have a job the next day to support their families and support their loved ones. And so there are many stories of folks that are my constituents who have been, they complain one day and days later they are laid off by the app. There's not anybody who talks to them. There's not anybody who discusses the issues with them. They're just gone. They don't get to work anymore. And it is not a way that we should be doing business in the state of Minnesota. And so I very highly thank Representative Greenman for bringing this forward and pushing it to make sure that we're able to pass this in Minnesota to protect workers, to protect people. people and to make sure that our workers in Minnesota are treated like humans and not like robots. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will Representative Greenman yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Greenman, we've heard a lot now from Representative McDonald and New Brindley, and we heard a lot of this in committee about all these people that have testified of all these injuries. Everybody's discussed how none of these have been investigated yet. OSHA did testify that they did, I believe it was 1,500 investigations in total last year, and they have 50 investigators, right? I believe was the number. So, of all the complaints that were mentioned, and some of them were many different types of injuries, have they reached out to you since committee, or have you to them, to find out why they have not taken any of these complaints serious?
Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Meckland. And I think I'm probably going to repeat what the OSHA director said in committee, but I did pull up here the general duty clause, because what we're talking about is the general duty of employers to keep folks safe. But the problem is that currently what is hurting people is an algorithm, is a method that isn't currently accounted for in Minnesota law. Just like with the Safe Patient Handling Act that we passed in 2007, we saw a problem. So the general duty clause says employers have the responsibility to provide a safe and healthy workplace that is free from serious recognized hazards. This is commonly known as the general duty clause. Right now what we're saying is we are learning that a hazard that is hurting people is the requirement that people are being kept to an opaque standard that they're not being told about. They're speeding up, and the combination of surveillance and a culture of fear is creating that hazard. But we don't currently have that in Minnesota law, which is what we're trying to do today.
Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Greenman, there was many testifiers who had different injuries. One of them, I believe it was a pretty serious leg injury, but that from their testimony, it didn't sound like it had anything to do with being driven. It was just a bad accident. But not even that was investigated. There's clearly something run amok with the administration and OSHA not being out there. My history in the past is they were very aggressive on any type of injury whatsoever. So there's clearly something falling short. But based on their testimony, if they have done a total of 1,500 investigations throughout the entire state with a mere 50 people, that means they're doing less than one every 2 weeks, right in there, right? One every 10 days. And so there was a question as to whether or not they needed more investigators to be able to handle the load, but it doesn't seem like they're going out to too many places if they have all these complaints. I am very concerned that with all the testimony that was given in committee on this issue, and with all the different types of injuries, I get some of them have to do with the being pushed at a higher pace, but that's not what they all said. So there's a big flaw, and I agree with what was said earlier that if they're not getting done what they should be getting done now to protect the people, what is creating a new law going to do? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion. The author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members, for the discussion today. From this conversation, just want to make sure it's clear what this bill does. What it does is it says if you have a performance standard, if you have a quota that you're tracking, you need to tell workers what it is and give them access to their data. That's what this bill does. It doesn't tell companies what the standards are. It doesn't tell companies how many workers they can have. It doesn't even tell companies they need to have a standard. What it does say, if you have one, you need to tell workers what it is. And you're absolutely right, Representative New Brindley. This is about gathering information. It's about the information that companies are gathering on workers and not sharing with them. It is about the fact that what we have seen in this algorithm, and again, today we're talking about Amazon, but tomorrow, and as we have seen, nobody can deny the impact that Amazon has had on our logistics system, on our delivery system, on how businesses get products to market. So we know what starts today at an Amazon warehouse with a complicated high-tech algorithm that is treating people, as Representative Tapke said, as we heard from stories. And I have a lot of stories to tell because we have heard story after story about people saying that they were treated as robots. Ms. Mohammed, who said that she felt the pressure to perform as her duties as robots would. As a stower, she picked up, scanned, and stowed hundreds of items. To keep up with the actual robot that she had on the floor, she didn't take bathroom breaks, she didn't take water breaks, she didn't stretch, and she felt like she was always going to get disciplined. We have heard these stories, and this bill responds to that we've seen all over the country. It responds to a problem that is treating people, not as bodies that need to operate at a pace, but it is treating them like an algorithm. And actually, I heard when I was at the Amazon warehouse, what they said was, we don't actually create our standards based on an ergonomic standard. We don't base it on what other warehouses do. We base it on the speed that our current warehouse is doing. Based on some fancy algorithm, you know what that means? People are speeding up. They're not taking the breaks. We know right now companies like Amazon are prioritizing profits over the safety of their people. And that human cost, that dangerous management practices that discards workers at an incredible turnover rate, that is hurting people. We don't have a standard in Minnesota law that protects those workers. This will do that. We heard from lots of warehouse workers, and I won't belabor or bring up their stories again, because we heard from lots of folks who are at warehouses that were actually taking human bodies and their workers seriously. And what Ricky Schreider has said, she is a Teamster who has been here year after year on this bill, is that the success of any business or society, for that matter, correlates directly with the livelihoods, the health, and the happiness of its people. It's time for Amazon and other companies like it to treat its employees as they should be treated, with respect, dignity, and that is the foundation of their success. So members, I would ask you to listen to the workers who are in the gallery, and the hundreds and thousands of workers who are not, who have been telling us that this model is hurting them, that all they need, what they're asking for, is to be told what standard they're being held accountable to and to have access to that data. That's what this bill does. So members, this is a common sense, very simple bill that addresses a really big worker safety problem. Amazon workers today, but frankly, this high-tech, dangerous model, we're trying to make sure it doesn't spread other places. So I'd ask you to listen to the voices of workers. This bill is crafted with them, and please vote yes.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 60 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 10. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File number 10, number 1 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to labor and industry, the fourth engrossment.
I recognize the member from St. Louis, the author of the bill, Representative Lislegard, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. House File 10 would require an owner-operator of a petroleum refinery to use skilled and trained workforce at the petroleum refinery when contracting with contractors for certain work at a petroleum refinery. Now, this passed last year or last session, and I just want to, and I hear Democrats versus Republicans, this side of the aisle versus that side of the aisle, labor versus the companies. It doesn't have to be that way. I think things get contentious, and for me, I contributed to that, and so I'd like to take this opportunity to apologize to Representative Scott for my comments in committee. They were wrong, they were unwarranted, and I can do better, and I should do better, and I ask for your forgiveness. To Representative McDonald, you brought up in committee, I don't want anyone to lose their job, my friend. I don't want anyone to lose their job. This isn't about somebody losing their job. And there's a lot of people that are really good at what they do, and they don't have that training. But this is about creating that baseline, and we'll talk more about it. To Representative Nash, I respect you. From where I'm from, you stood up for your colleague in that committee, and that means something. So I mean no disrespect to you either. This is personal to me because I was an apprentice. Young guy, big vigor and vitality, go wide open at anything I did. But it was having somebody to have that oversight over me, to shepherd me, to teach me. Going to school, going to class, learning about lockout, tagout, confined space, fall protection, all of these things that you don't know what you don't know. And so when this bill was brought to me, it resonated with me. It resonated with me because I was an apprentice. And then going back to 2018, something that the refinery explosion at the Husky refinery, that's what I thought about. The refineries are not just the typical work environment, and I come from heavy industrial, they're dangerous too. But the wrong move with the wrong tool in this situation could be catastrophic. And that's what this bill does, is puts a baseline of training in place to minimize the risk. There will always be risk in these situations, but the goal is to minimize them to the best of our ability. So as we discuss this, Madam Speaker, I know that there's amendments, but I just wanted to clarify certain things before we move forward. Thank you.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schultz moves to amend Senate File Number 10, the fourth engrossment. The amendment is coded A1.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and also Representative Lislegard. I think that that's a good way to start because this is about our Minnesota workers, and I think as we enter into this conversation today, you'll hear members of this body making sure that we are not firing Minnesotans across this state who currently work at Minnesota's refineries, whether in St. Paul Park or whether in Rosemount. And so this first amendment that we have to this bill today is the A1 amendment, and this one simply makes certain that as we look at contractors who work on the site of oil refineries in this state, that they may have both union and non-union participants, those who have participated in registered apprenticeship programs and those who have not. And as we move forward through the steps of this bill, resulting in 2026, 60% of the workforce having needed to go through a registered apprenticeship program, that if there is a contractor that works there, that we base this around the cumulative number of contractor person hours on site at that given refinery. And this is important for a very specific reason, because within one given contractor, let's just use, for example, that there are 10 employees of this contractor. However, the only full-time employees who are working on site at one of Minnesota's great refineries, they may have 2 people who work full-time on that facility, year-round, full-time. However, their hours will accumulate more. And then during times where there's scheduled maintenance at this facility, 8 other members of the same contractor might be on site. But those folks haven't necessarily been through either a registered apprenticeship program, part of a union, that sort of thing. And so this provides some guidance to allow for that contractor who employs 2 full-time people to still be able to do work at one of Minnesota's oil refineries. That is the A1 amendment, and I encourage support of this amendment.
Discussion. Representative Lislegard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to Representative Schultz. I hear where you're coming from, but again, the whole basis of this is to make sure that people have the training and they're ingrained into this process to have that training. And so I'm going to ask people to vote no. Banking hours is not like, banking vacation and so on and so forth. This bill does not say that any of those individuals have to leave. It just says that a certain percentage have to be journeymen or they have to be in that program. And for those reasons, I'm going to ask people to vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a roll call on this amendment.
Representative Schultz requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Further discussion. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just encourage support of this amendment, members. Again, this is about making sure, and keep in mind, that the people who work at oil refineries in this state and across this country, they travel around the country, literally, and work at many different facilities. And specifically in a moment of talking about maintenance workers, the people who do this across the state, they may not. They may not. And so we want to make sure that we're centering this conversation around the people who do work in these facilities. And so I encourage support of this amendment, again, to focus around the cumulative contractor person hours. Vote green, members. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schultz moves to amend Senate File Number 10, the fourth engrossment. The amendment is coded A2.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This bill particular works on the language that I have grave concern over in this bill that goes after, and in particular talks about the definitions around skilled and trained workforce. So our purpose here, members, is to talk about people, workers of this state who have worked in refineries here in Minnesota and have at least 1 year of experience working in the applicable trade at a Minnesota petroleum refinery, and that they have completed the training required of them. Again, this is centered around safety. And so today, members, as we talk about this bill, the premise of this bill should be worker safety, should be safety in our communities. And so this particular amendment will provide for that space for us, thinking about the people who have already worked on the refinery or either of the two refineries, and they have completed their safety programs. And I encourage support of this amendment.
Representative Lislegard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to Representative Schultz. Once again, I appreciate you bringing it forward, but there is a difference when we talk about training. So as you go to all these different sites, you have to go to the guard shack or you have to go there, and it's called site-specific training. And it's specific to each individual site, but it does not get into the day-to-day and some of the challenges like access and egress and all the different parts of the job. And that is what the training does. I would just like to read you what an apprentice has to go through in the state of Minnesota for some of these hours to be licensed at the end. A Boilermaker, 6,000 to 8,000 hours. Plumber, 8,500 to 10,000 hours. Pipe fitter, 7,750 to 10,000. Millwright, 7,000. Ironworker, 6,000. Electrician, 8,000. Instrument tech, 6,000. Operator, 4,000 to 6,000 hours. That is what this training does. It's over a period of time, both in class and on the job training. And this is just the bare minimum that we want installed in this bill. That's what it does. And so for us to say 1 year plus site-specific isn't what the bill is meant to do, and it weakens it. So for that reason, I would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I ask for a roll call on this amendment.
Representative Schultz requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Lislegard, especially using your experience and what the experience was for you in large industrial industries in northern Minnesota. I'm frankly, I'm a little bit surprised that this amendment isn't one that meets your favor, because, members, this is about protecting the people who already have experience on the job doing this work and keeping people safe. This doesn't include people who have had safety violations. This includes the people who have kept our community safe. And by the way, we haven't seen examples of safety concerns in this state on our oil refineries that suggest that there are people that need to be removed from the job site. So Representative Lislegard, would you yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lislegard, did you work with any individuals in your past work in an iron mine in northern Minnesota that didn't have a registered apprenticeship certification?
Representative Lislegard.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Why, yes, I did, but we're not talking about the employees that work directly for the company. We're talking about contractors that come from the outside and work specifically for that. So this bill has nothing to do with the individuals that work for the refineries. This is only for the contractors that come onto the site.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Lislegard. It's my understanding that you have a large deal of experience working with a contractor in northern Minnesota who works in iron mines.
Representative Schultz, please confine your remarks to the legislation and not to any individual person or their circumstances. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The reason that this is pertinent, members, is there are plenty of people who go to work in large industrial spaces across this state, and specifically ones who are contractors but work on a daily basis, month in and month out, in industrial facilities. And so, Madam Speaker and members, that's why this amendment is exceptionally pertinent. Because there are people, if we do not adopt this amendment, Madam Speaker, that will be put out of work. That's the premise to this amendment. It's to protect the people who have done the work on the site in the specific areas that might be very dangerous. They're highly skilled, highly trained, and this specifically says that they need to be in line with the safety standards to keep people safe. This is a simple amendment, members, that we should be adopting for one very basic reason. It's the people who know how to do the job and they finished their safety training. That's what this amendment does, and I encourage a green vote.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Swazinski moves to amend Senate File Number 10, the fourth engrossment. The amendment is coded A4.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speakers. Thank you, members. The A4 amendment is a fairly straightforward amendment, really, not turning a blind eye to safety, and really focusing, the bill in front of you, Representative Lislegard's bill, SF10, is really focused on, do we exclude or do we include? Do we value or do we not value? I think every single member in this body appreciates both union shops and also merit-based shops. And one of our focuses need to be is, do we treat these groups or these workers or these contractors in an equal manner? And I believe under this bill, Representative Lislegard's bill will exclude if there is a situation where safety has been breached by a contractor that may be focused on a merit-based system within their business as they choose, that they would be eliminated from the possibility of working. And if this bill is focused, it is your true foundation that we want to protect workers, and we want to protect the facilities, and we want to protect the people that are foundationally at the heart of the facilities that rely so important to our state, that we will treat both sides equally. And this amendment simply treats union shops the same way we would treat merit-based shops, that if there are two instances where injuries occur, the private business may consult and execute a contract with whomever they like, whether that's a union, a different union, but that would give them the option. We don't need to hold, if this is the best of the best, we don't need to hold down the scale of our hand upon the body and upon a private business in the state of Minnesota and tell them who or who they cannot hire. That should not be the job of this legislature. But it is that we should hold folks accountable. If we're going to hold one group to a different standard, fine. But we need to hold both groups, both contractors, both styles of employment to the same standard. I would ask for your support of the A4 amendment. Thank you.
Representative Lislegard.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the amendment. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you're a union or a non-union company. If you meet the threshold, you meet the threshold. If you're unsafe, the company owner-operator has a right to have you escorted off the property. It doesn't matter if you're union or non-union. This is about putting in place an apprenticeship program that has a baseline to make sure that 30% in the beginning, up to 60% by 2026, you have this fundamental base put in to the workforce. So I would encourage members to vote no. Thank you.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd request a roll call on this amendment.
Representative Schultz requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, the heart of this bill, members, if we believe in the heart of what Representative Lislegard presented today as the purpose to this bill, the bill is it's safety. And so, when there are safety infractions that have been made, especially by those that meet the definitions of this bill, then it should be up to the employers, the refineries in our state, to hire the contractors in our state who have kept our refineries safe over the last several decades. This is quite simple. This is simply saying that we should use the people who keep our refineries safe. That's the heart of this amendment, members, with a very specific purpose in mind. Because if there are those who have gone through a registered apprenticeship program, and there are contractors that exist in our refineries, and they fail by the way of safety infractions in our state, then absolutely the right public policy for our state is to ensure that we bring back the contractors who kept us safe. That's the simple premise of this amendment.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Schultz, for your words on behalf of the amendment. I think that is a really good point. Do we need quotas? And essentially, that is what we're pushing forward here today, is saying, hey, you know what? Folks that have proven themselves to be safety-oriented on our workplaces, we're concerned that this is going to cost people their jobs. We're concerned that folks that have done the work, done it safe, done it smart, done it right for decades, have a place in our private industry. This is a private industry. And I would challenge all the members here. Is this the role of government? Is it the role of government to say, you know what, this is who we like, this is who we don't like? Your private business, we're going to tell you what to do. We're going to tell you whatever that might be. Do we want to keep people safe? Yes. We have an opportunity just to put some minor rails to allow a private business to do what's best for them. to do what's best for the people that they've partnered with for a decade and a decade and a decade again. Vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schultz moves to amend Senate File Number 10, the fourth engrossment. The amendment is coded A5.
Member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A5 amendment is all about safety and making sure that we are protecting people's jobs. This amendment says that if you have not had a safety violation within the last couple years, you work on one of these refineries, and you have completed your safety training, that you will not be held to the standard of the registered apprenticeship requirements under this bill. Because members, this is about the premise where there will be people who lose their jobs if this bill passes in its current form.
Representative Lislegard.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Schultz. Once again, I would just say that this was negotiated between the stakeholders, which I'm really proud to say that we kind of just let them come to a conclusion. In fact, Flint Hills is neutral on this bill. And it took a period of time, and I want to thank Representative Hewitt for asking me to sit down with Flint Hills and listen to their concerns and make sure that all stakeholders come together. And they negotiated this later date. They negotiated the phase-in approach. And they did that because they wanted to protect everyone, and they know that with these big turnarounds, that to reach that 100% is not realistic. So the individuals that you're talking about, they're going to be covered underneath this model. 40% of the people working on site at any one given time do not have to be a part of this program. 40%. To me, that is a wonderful compromise that if we were truly trying to shove everything down their throat, we would have just said it has to be 100%. We didn't do that. None of the stakeholders did that. You're right, we do have, the body has the ability to pass this stuff. But we took a pragmatic approach and they negotiated, and I'm going to stand by that negotiation, and I'm going to ask people to vote no on that amendment. Thank you.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request a roll call on the A5 amendment.
Representative Schultz requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lislegard, I do realize that there has been a lot of negotiation that has taken place on this bill, but let's keep in mind that the members here in this body, the ultimate stakeholder is the people of Minnesota. It's the people who go to work on this facility too. And these facilities, these two facilities in Minnesota, these two oil refineries, which we are blessed, by the way, members, blessed to have in our state. And we want a competitive environment that employs great, hardworking Minnesotans that wear hard hats and are blue-collar men and women in our state. We want them here. We want them here. I'm proud to represent many in my own district. But Representative Lislegard, this is an exceedingly well-crafted amendment to protect the workers who work there today. And the current language of this bill, Representative Lislegard, and to the body, Madam Speaker, would result in people losing their job. Plain and simple. Whether it's 60%, 45%, 30% over these next few years, it does not matter. There will be people who lose their job. if we do not adopt this amendment. Representative Lislegard, I'm a supporter of registered apprenticeship programs. I am a supporter of registered apprenticeship programs. But members, there is no reason that this body needs to go about firing Minnesotans and telling them that despite their decades worth of work on Minnesota's refineries, that we should somehow fire them, send them home, and to a different state. I appreciate the hard hat wearing workers of this state. And when they have spent years upon years, decades upon decades for some, but somehow 30 years ago may not have had a registered apprenticeship program, and they work as a contractor, that somehow they should lose their job, and somehow they're going to need to move to another state. That's wrong, members. We should vote for this amendment. Vote green. Members, yes, a negotiated deal between the labor unions and between our two oil refineries is on the table. But Representative Lislegard, we can work together and make sure that we are protecting the very workers today. Future standards? Great. That journeyman or master craftsman who works with a contractor in Minnesota and has been working at one of Minnesota's oil refineries and has been working there for 30 years, they know safety. They know safety. But to hold them to something that we're installing now and say that, well, because they didn't have registered apprenticeship programs then, that somehow we're less safe is completely bonkers. And I encourage support of this amendment.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. Thank you, Representative Schultz, for this amendment. I think really this helps just instill from a hard line of hard numbers. There are going to be hard layoffs for Minnesota workers, and gives a little bit of a gray area to say, you know what, if you are the best of the best, if you are the best of the best, if you have already had a stellar work and you happen to choose not to be in a union-based shop, that you know what, you'll be safe. And it doesn't mean that you'll be in there 30 years. It may be 10 years. You got 10 years of great service. I choose not to work for a union shop. I want to continue to work for my merit-based shop. Let it be. The problem with hard numbers, then you have to have hard choices and hard decisions. This amendment gives a little bit of gray area. Maybe that magic number is going to be, when all the chips are going to be 55. Maybe it's going to be 50. Maybe it's going to be 45%. We don't know. Let's allow flexibility. I don't think this bill is needed at all. I think, allow these organizations to do what they're going to do, hire the best, allow the market to work, let them bring people in that are going to do a good job, a quality job, a merit or a union-based job on their facilities. And if, quite frankly, you've got folks that are at risk, we've heard over and over, no one's going to lose their job because of this. Scouts honor, no one. But hard numbers, folks, are hard numbers. The reason why it was negotiated from 30 and it graduated up to 60 is because they realized, boy, oh boy, this is probably, let's just kind of push this off into the future because we're not sure how this is going to work. Representative Schultz's amendment really is foundational. Really foundational. Do you believe in the workers, regardless of where they're from? Or do you think we're going to make the best decision here in St. Paul? Let there be some wiggle room in this. And Representative Lislegard said this is a highly negotiated thing, and that Flint Hills is neutral on it. Would Representative Lislegard yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lislegard, you said that this was, had a great bunch of review, that the organizations involved in this are neutral on it. Are all the organizations involved in this neutral on this bill as it's moving forward?
Representative Lislegard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative, there's only Flint Hills that has been engaged at the tables that I have been to. I do believe the other one, which you know who they are. I'm not going to name them on the floor. They didn't want to engage like the other one. I believe that they really thought that that we would not have the trifecta. And then when the trifecta happened, Flint Hills really came to the table saying that this is going to move forward, and then how can we collectively work with all the stakeholders to move this forward in a manner that is that's going to be workable for both sides. And they did do that. I would like to remind you, though, that there are non-union shops that have apprenticeship programs. That's all we're asking. It's not union versus non-union. Just start an apprenticeship program. So we know that is put in place, and we have that baseline for understanding of the job and safety. Thank you.
Representative Spudzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, thank you, Representative Lislegard. I think that is foundation to this, is that, you know what, even though one of the organizations that it's named in this is not named in this is neutral on it, you know, they're not gung-ho for it, right? They're not saying, you know what, this is us. Hey, you know what, we want our name on this. You know what, hey, we want to charge forward and push this forward, and you know what, we're going to take a strong neutral stance. And the other one, from what I guess, doesn't like it. So why is the state of Minnesota, regardless of your apprenticeship program or you're a merit-based or a union or whatever that might be, you know, what is our goal here as a state legislature? Is it to pick winners and losers? Is it to keep people safe? Right here, the Schultz Amendment, right here, does a wonderful bit of really threading the needle between the hardliners, the not hardliners, and the hard numbers that are listed in this bill. Members, there'll be a day, there might be 3 or 4 years from now, 5 years ago, 6 years from now, we'll be like, gosh, what were these legislators thinking, putting hard numbers into a bill? I sure wish, you know, they would have just thought a little bit of ahead and said, you know, let's put a little gray area into this so that, you know what, if this legislature isn't all-knowing, isn't all doing and all understanding when it comes to worker safety and the ability to procure the employers that we need in our, quite frankly, one of the most foundational industries in our state. While we can't all be slave labor getting cobalt and lithium out of the mines in third world countries, these are the places that really, honest to God, make our economy go. And we're going to say, you know what? We can't accept Representative Franzen's amendment to protect even the lowliest of workers across the world. And here we're doing a hyper protection. We're going to say, we know exactly how many workers you're going to have on the work site. In 10 years, they're going to qualify to whatever this legislature happened to have before us today. Protect the individual workers who are doing a darn good job with the Schultz Amendment. Thank you, Representative Schultz.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. On this amendment, this is about making sure that you are not firing Minnesotans from their job that they work in today. Ultimately, the premise of this amendment is exactly that, in addition to workplace safety. Members, today we are joined by many in the building construction trades in the gallery today. And I point them out because it is my belief, and it should be the belief of this body, that when they go to work, that they know that they are safe because of the people that have been working alongside them for decades. The people who have received the safety and training needed in the certain job sites that they work in. And ensuring that as we move forward and chart a path for registered apprenticeships on these facilities, that we aren't sending the workers who work there today to an early retirement. That's the premise of this amendment and why I encourage a green vote today, members. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File Number 10.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Lislegard, thank you for your kind words. Apology accepted. Thank you for that. I do want to pose the same question to you that I posed in Ways and Means that morning a week or two ago, and that was, what problem are we trying to fix here? And I asked if you had any data on workplace accidents and stuff, and I haven't seen anything passed out today on the House floor, and so I'm wondering if you could just respond to that, if he would yield, Madam Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Lislegard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Scott. The data that I have and that I went to, and I did it, and so I had help with research, and they came up with some stuff. A study in 2022 by the Washington Department of Labor concluded that workers who went through an apprenticeship training had 31% fewer worker compensation claims than those who had not. And then regarding Marathon, I believe, hang on one second, page 18. Okay, there was in 2021 safety analysis done of the Marathon refinery. It found evidence of a troubled safety culture and unsafe practices that could jeopardize the health and safety of workers or the public. Source: Local Jobs North, researched by Liuna. And so there have been multiple other situations that, to answer your question, yes, there have been concerns.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lislegard, well, do you have any Minnesota-specific data through MinOSHA or Dolly where any of the two refineries that are located specifically in Minnesota have had an excess of safety violations, complaints, injuries? If he would yield to that question, Madam Chair.
He will yield. Representative Lislegard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Scott. I have one more, and I could have handed this out, but I didn't. It was in the Star Tribune did an article, and it was an accident at Marathon on March 20th. 500 barrels of liquid asphalt spilled, 2 contractors injured, and it was not reported to the Department of Labor.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So what we have here then, Representative Lislegard, is really 2 incidences that we know of. If he would yield for a question, Madam Chair?
He will
Speaker.
yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Did you check Dolly's records or OSHA, whoever keeps track of these violations and claims? Have you looked at their data to see if, let's go back 5 years, are there problems in the last 5 years at the refineries?
Representative Lislegard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Scott. No, I didn't. What I did was speak with the people like 2 years ago when the community testified, workers both directly and indirectly testified about the concerns that they were having. And when they brought this to me, as I stated earlier, I just felt that this is something that is worthy. It's not about union versus non-union. It is about putting in a baseline of apprenticeship with only up to 60%. So regardless, I'm one of them people that I'm going to do everything I can to try to prevent. I'm not waiting for the Husky refinery where 36 workers were injured, $27 million in damages, released 39,000 pounds of flammable, I can't even say the word of whatever it is, vapor into the air. Over 2,500 residents of Superior were evacuated. Duluth issued a shelter in place. And the U.S. Chemical Safety Board's final report found that the lack of knowledge, safety, and emergency preparedness contributed to the accident, and I don't want it to happen here.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Lislegard, well, thank you for that. My understanding of that Wisconsin refinery problem, and it was a serious problem, was the result of cracked pipes or weakened pipes. And now maybe their response to that wasn't what it should have been, but it certainly wasn't worker failure. Folks, I don't know. I feel like this is, as we say around here, a solution in search of a problem. And to not even take the amendment that says, you know, if you've been working at a refinery all these years and you have a great safety record, you could lose your job under this. I don't think if the tables were turned, if the state was implementing a policy that said, oh, we're going to fire these union workers in lieu of merit shop workers, that there would be a lot of sympathy in this chamber for that. I think that even the people that wear the hard hats union, that are union, would say it's not okay to fire people in this situation that have good safety working records just so we can implement this policy. I just don't think that that's the right thing to do. And, you know, it seems like, you know, both sides of the aisle have their quote-unquote friends, right? And I just feel like sometimes we cater to that too much and take the common sense out of what we do here and really look out for people that, you know, this is people's livelihoods we're talking about. And somebody that has worked, you know, for 10, 20 years at one of these refineries and done a good job, they're showing up on time, doing their work, taking safety into consideration, and then to say, yeah, that doesn't matter anymore. This is the new law of the land. I just think it's, I just don't think it's the right thing to do, and I encourage a no vote.
The member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for bringing forward this bill, Representative Lislegard. I am a co-author on it, and it has been a good work of compromise. As you noted, Flint Hills is neutral on this bill. And you hear, I wish you would have taken at least one of Representative Schultz's amendments. You know, we want to protect people's jobs regardless of who they belong to. But I understand where you're coming from on this bill. Normally, I would say, well, the market will determine these practices. It's up to the market. Why is government dictating this or that? And on the bill we just heard before this, the Amazon warehouse bill, you know, nobody's forcing anybody to work at Amazon, and if an Amazon warehouse goes up in flames, well, that's incredibly unfortunate, but it doesn't have global or regional consequences. It just might delay your package by a day or two. If a refinery has a problem, that's a global issue, not just a regional, not just a national issue. We've seen just shutting off a refinery down for a day or a week has global impacts on the cost of gasoline. So I think there is a role for government when it comes to this. And it's the quality of our unions in this state with the 49ers, the carpenters, the pipe fitters. They've demonstrated impeccable quality in their craftsmanship and their dedication to safety. So I think, well, normally, in a normal situation with something that's not of critical importance, well, let's let the market decide. But when it's critical infrastructure, in the same way it should be a felony to chain yourself to a pipeline, we have different standards when it comes to critical infrastructure. So I am proud to say I'm supporting this bill. It's very important that we have the utmost safety standards. And so far, we've demonstrated in this state, this to some of the other members' points, it is somewhat in solution in search of a problem. But the thing is, if there is a problem, it's a global problem. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a friend that works at the refinery, a cousin of mine, actually. I won't say his name, but we'll call him Johnny. Well, actually, his name is Johnny. Well, anyway, Johnny and his son, they've been there, he's been there over 30 years. And I've had some conversations. I'm on the committee, so I've seen this bill a couple times. Anyway, the safety is of the utmost concern to the refinery. And they've done that beautifully. Matter of fact, there's no evidence to substantiate whatsoever that there is a safety deficiency within the refineries. Nowhere in the papers, nowhere in the testimony in the committee that they could pinpoint that this particular area in Minnesota, this manufacturer, the refinery, that there was a safety issue, period. As a matter of fact, the opposite was true. The opposite was true, Representative Lislegard. In manufacturing in Minnesota, they are one of the safest manufacturers in the state of Minnesota with the lowest reports of incidents of safety. You know why? You know why, Representative Lislegard? I'll tell you why. Because they have the best of the best, like Representative Swazinski was saying, like my cousin. The best of the best. Do you know that safety is such an issue with some of the refineries that even when a pickup or a vehicle of any sort is backing up or moving forward, a second employee has to get out and guide them, no matter where they are on the facility. That's impeccable safety, even to that point. And that is why you have almost zero instances of safety concerns or any instances or issues. So therefore, it's not needed. The bill's not needed. However, Representative Lislegard, some merits of your bill is important. The apprentice program and the unions that practice safety on pipe fitting and electricians, they do a wonderful job. My son's an apprentice plumber. I would not feel safe if he went to Flint Hills or Marathon and worked on the pipe. He's a young apprentice. He's only been in the field for 4 years. So in that case, perhaps your bill would have merit. But guess what, members? Flint Hills and Marathon are not hiring my son of 2 or 3 years, nor anyone that has that little experience. The contractors that work in the facilities, including union shops, by the way, have experts and family members of contractors that have done this for years. Matter of fact, guess how many combined years, if you took the combined years of the employees that worked at the refineries, that worked there and are considered experts in their field, guess how many years it would total? Any guesses? 10 years? Do you think 10 years is enough to work in your field to make you an expert? 25? Madam Speaker, 75? 100 years of experience in the refineries of the contractors. And that is evidence as why there's no safety concerns. Let me retract that. There's always safety concerns, and those two do a great job doing it. So why, Representative Lislegard, just keep this to these two manufacturing? Why don't you do it to other manufacturing in Minnesota that has even worse safety issues, perhaps, or more recorded? Because you're picking on this one institute, these two industries, to kick out a group of folks that are experts, that have been generations doing the work for a union apprentice program. And not that the apprentice program in of itself by the unions are wrong. They do good work. I've been down to the carpenters' union shops and seen the good work and safety. But the workers that are there now and the contractors with that combined experience, should your bill become law, Representative Lislegard, and I hope you're correct, you stated in your opening that there will be no jobs lost. Many are concerned they are, and they rightfully so because they're there, including my cousin. That because of their expertise of years, that's not good enough. Did you hear me? 20, 30, 40, 100 years of expertise is not good enough to keep us safe. You must leave your job, be displaced, go to an apprentice program, or create an apprentice program that'll be approved by Dolly with the union's input, which is not bad or not good. It's just they have some good things to say about it, but they will approve it. So Dolly will have to approve the apprentice programs that are developed by the same experts who've been there. So, but just think about that for a moment. Let's say you've been working there for 25 years. You're an expert in your field, in the field of refinery for safety. You have 0 instances of safety reported injuries. And now a new bill comes along. Representative Lislegard says, you know what? That expertise is not good enough. You must go through a program. Now, I've been a photographer for 35 years. I know a camera inside and out. I can photograph anything. I've been to some of the weddings. The weddings, oh, I've seen the best and the worst, but I fulfill my job. Now, can you imagine if someone said, well, Joe, you got to go to a class. You got to be apprenticeship. I said, well, wait a minute. I've been doing this for 35 years. Are you kidding? I'm one of the best of the best. I won Best Photographer in Delano 5 years in a row. No, that's not good enough. You must leave your job and go to an apprentice program that the government will approve or disapprove. And then after 2-3 years, then you maybe can go back to work. See, Representative Lislegard, that's what many have troubles with your bill, that it will displace experts, family members, contractors, generations who've done this for years, and they're out of a job. That's what we say. You say not according to your bill. So I do have a question, Representative Lislegard, if you'll answer. Oh,
He will yield. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Representative Lislegard, on your bill, on page, sometimes when you highlight things, you think you could find it easier. Maybe my glasses would be better. Page 3, under 3.10, the OLM. Why did you exempt them from your bill? I think I know why, but I just want to hear your...
Representative Lislegard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative McDonald, OEM that's underneath contract. So say that you bought, the refinery bought a piece of equipment from you and it's underneath warranty, then you would have the ability to go work on that.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you. Would Representative Lislegard yield for another question?
He will. Representative McDonald.
Representative Lislegard, would you agree with the statement that those manufacturers who manufacture the equipment that they put in the refinery are experts with that piece of equipment?
Representative Lislegard.
If I am understanding your question right, you're talking about like a pump or I don't know what piece of equipment you're talking about, so it's hard for me to say. But if an individual, the manufacturer themselves, not a sales rep, right? So Dave goes to the refinery to sell a pump. I'm not an expert in the pump. I may be able to talk about it, but I'm not an expert. The technician back at the manufacturing plant would be the individual that they would send here because he is an expert at that facility. And it's underneath warranty, so they're going to have to follow all the safety protocols, probably have somebody watch over them while they're there to make them repairs. But it is specific to pieces of equipment that have warranty.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lislegard, thank you so much. It was exactly the answer I wanted to have you hear because then I could make my point. It's usually how this works on the House floor. In your bill, the OLM, of course, we're not experts on this. You said you're not an expert, and I certainly am not an expert on this. Means original equipment manufacturer and refers to the organizations that manufacture or fabricate equipment for the sale directly to the purchaser or other resellers. So they are experts in their field. Perhaps that person that manufactured that is an expert just for a year or two while they manufacture that piece of equipment. But those who work on the refinery, that's the point I'm trying to make, members. I already know how the bill will go, I suppose. They're the experts in their field, and your bill will displace them and say you're not good enough, you don't have enough experience, you have to go to an apprentice program. Which again, apprentice programs aren't a bad thing. They're good for those new employees, new workers that maybe aren't experts in their field. But yours will certainly displace the contractors, the family members that have worked for generations at these facilities. And that's the bottom line. And that's why, Representative Lislegard, many can't support your bill because of that. We're already experiencing worker shortages, Madam Speaker. I'm sure you're aware. And furthermore, if one of the refineries calls up a shop and says, hey, we need 200 or 300 pipe fitters. And the shop will say, well, we only have 150. Well, but we need 250. Well, there's a lack of workers. Then where do they go? They go to the contractors who have been working in these facilities for generations. Under your bill, that would not be allowed to happen. And furthermore, then that could be very dangerous as far as safety goes. And if your bill is under safety, it could do the very opposite. So I hope I made my point, members. I think I know how your side's going to vote. I hope I convinced a couple here, over here on this side, because for your bill to displace a group of folks that are members of family of generations with 100 years of experience and say that's not good enough, you must go to an apprentice program, and then we'll come back and work, and we'll fill your shoes with someone else that is a union shop, that just is not fair and equitable. And for there, I will oppose your bill, unfortunately, Representative Lislegard.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hassan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd ask for a yes vote on the bill. I want to start off by thanking Representative Lislegard for his dedication and tireless, effective work on this. I also want to thank former Senator Carla Bigham for her years of work on this. You know, most of the discussion today has been talking about the workers or management. I want to talk a little bit about community and common ground. So wherever I knock in my district, whether it is St. Paul Park, Newport, Cottage Grove, South St. Paul, or Invergrove, whether people are workers at the plant or not, I was asked about worker safety at the plant. Safety. Skilled and trained workforce. I was asked about it when I was on the picket line at 6 o'clock in the morning in January. It's kind of cold, but why were folks there? Safety. Concern about the workforce. I remember knocking on a door in St. Paul Park, and you'd finished the conversation. I was coming off the stairs, and somebody said, "Hey, one more thing. What about the worker safety? What about that refinery safety bill? Is that going to pass?" And I said, "It will. It will." Because I hope there's bipartisan support for this. Because it didn't matter in my district whether they were Republicans or Democrats. It didn't matter where in the district. Those plants are always a presence. They're always a presence. And whether people work there or not, they're always the neighbors. And they care about the people who work there because having skilled and trained workforce working there is safety for the neighbors as well. So I'd ask for your support.
The member from Dakota, Representative Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make a couple of points building off of Representative Hanson's remarks. I too was on the picket line on the coldest night of the year, about 2 a.m., brought them piping hot venison chili. And I had the honor to walk with them, I would say, from about 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. And listen to their stories. I know Representative Schultz was there. I appreciate that as well. That facility is located in a neighborhood. I believe there are 2 schools nearby. So we're talking about a volatile, possibly volatile facility in the middle of a neighborhood with 2 schools in its footprint. If that isn't cause for the highest safety standards, the most skilled workers that you can find, I hesitate to find another example. Oh, except maybe for my job, because I'm a skilled flight attendant. I know that that's kind of cute, but honestly, I've been a flight attendant for 20 years. I happen to be a union flight attendant. We're owned by Delta. They're not union. But we're all highly skilled workers because I can take care of you if something goes horribly wrong. I know how to use every tool on that plane. I know how to mitigate the damage to the fuselage should that happen. I train flight attendants for the hands-on training once they're on the aircraft. And if they're not satisfactory, I don't sign them off. And I want to tell you, this bill is extremely fair because I promise you, you do not want to be on that 40% of the airplanes that does not have a skilled flight attendant. Please vote yes, members.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I think that this has been a spirited debate, and I hope that you know that we care about safety and making sure that Minnesotans who have done the work at these oil refineries for decades, that we recognize their work, that we're grateful for their work, that we are grateful to have these two facilities employing hundreds and hundreds and thousands of Minnesotans in our state and not somewhere else. And we want a competitive business environment that benefits the community and the workers. To Representative Hanson's point, I'd also like to thank former Representative Keith Franke for his work in representing his community in South St. Paul and St. Paul Park, and the role that he's played in this conversation over time. We are supporting registered apprenticeship programs in Minnesota, and I'm disappointed today and saddened that we could not work on a bipartisan basis to make this bill better. Members, the amendments that we drafted were not meant to kill the bill. The amendments that were drafted were not meant as gotcha amendments, but to do well by the people who go to work in oil refineries in Minnesota. And I'm disappointed that we were unable to adopt those amendments today, and it should be a lesson for us as we move forward that state government shouldn't be in the business of firing people in this state, especially those who have been on the job, keeping us safe and providing for one of the most critical energy sources that we need for decades. Before I go any further, I want to ask Madam Speaker, would Representative Lislegard yield?
He will yield. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lislegard, under this bill, assuming its passage, if someone has 10 years of experience but has not been through a registered apprenticeship program, then seeks to keep their job and stay on site, and so enters a registered apprenticeship program and works through that training, will that individual be forced to take a pay cut?
Representative Lislegard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Schultz. I can't answer that. What I can answer is that individual, if they work for a non-union company, does not mean that non-union company can't start an apprenticeship program. We keep going back to that. We want the non-union companies to do what labor has done. That's the problem here. So, they are the gold standard. The trades are the gold standard, and that's what we're trying to do. We're not saying anybody has to lose their job. Just follow theirs. Copy their apprenticeship program. That's what this really is about. It's creating a baseline from the best of the best, and that is our building trades.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Lislegard yield to another question?
He will. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lislegard, I don't think you got to the heart of my question. My question was, if an individual has been working at one of our oil refineries in this state for 10 years, but didn't go through a registered apprenticeship program and wants to keep their job, if they take the step to go through a registered apprenticeship program, will they or will they not be forced to take a cut in pay?
Representative Lislegard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought I said I couldn't answer that if I remember, because I don't know what the journeyman scale is. They could be bumped up from an apprentice to a journeyman scale. I don't know what that scale is, and I don't know what the non-union people are paying. So how would I know that answer? I don't know what the non-union company is paying their employee. It's a question that can't be answered without all the information.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And for the Minnesotans listening right now, I hope that you just garnered a little bit of understanding as to what's going to happen with this bill. There is an answer to that question, Representative Lislegard. And that should be part of our conversation here today. How many Minnesotans will make less money going through a registered apprenticeship program, having 10 years of experience, having worked and kept our communities safe with this bill? Would Representative Lislegard yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Lislegard, you spoke just a moment ago about something that I also agree with, this premise that we should encourage more people to use registered apprenticeship programs. So Representative Lislegard, do you encourage the Department of Labor and Industry to work more closely with both labor unions and job creators and those seeking to do work in the building and construction trades? Do you encourage the Department of Labor and Industry to certify registered apprenticeship programs that meet all of our state standards?
Representative Lislegard.
Most certainly, and I believe that the department, Dolly, testified to that very point, saying that if given all the information when somebody applies, union or non-union company, that it would take 2 to 3 weeks to be able to implement that program. And then I did get the answer to you, you've seen somebody come, no, they would not lose any money.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Lislegard, I appreciate the answers to both of those questions in some regard. You will hear today throughout the remainder of the conversation on this bill and moving forward that there is great concern in this state where registered apprenticeship programs, those who seek to create registered apprenticeship programs, that they're being met with some uncertainty as it relates to how they engage with our Department of Labor and Industry. So it's great, Representative Lislegard, to have you on the record as supporting additional registered apprenticeship programs in our state and ensuring that those are certified. So thank you, Representative Lislegard, because that's the premise here, right? And so Representative Lislegard, would you yield to another question?
He will. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Lislegard, how many non-union or merit-based shop registered apprenticeship programs exist in this state today?
Representative Lislegard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just got the answer, 7 out of 57.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Lislegard, that's super helpful for this body, right? And so this is where I want to center our conversation as we land this plane. By the way, planes in Minnesota, when they fly out, they receive the petroleum from these 2 oil refineries. And so it's critically important that we have an environment in Minnesota that keeps us competitive so that we're doing this work here with Minnesota workers, Minnesota union workers, and those who aren't a part of a union. Critically important. We can support registered apprenticeship programs. We can support strong labor standards that protect the people who go to work there, the people who live in community, but sometimes the heavy hand of government can be a little bit too onerous. Today, members, I personally am going to vote for this bill. But I think that we can do better work. I think that we can do better work by the people who work in these facilities and make sure that there aren't people who are going to lose this job. So I encourage members of this body, when we have a bill like this, take the voices of all Minnesotans. Work with the people. Make sure that we are not creating a state policy that works against the people who keep our communities safe. Thank you for the dialogue in this debate today. Registered apprenticeship programs are a strong way for us to move forward. And I appreciate many provisions contained inside this bill to allow for flexibility and humility in the way we go about these standards in our state.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Schultz. Thank you, Representative Lislegard. I think Republicans and Democrats have a great conversation tonight. If this bill before us was simply laid before us to say, do we want to keep workers safe or not, it would be 100% green. But when the state of Minnesota betweens and inserts itself into a conversation between workers and contractors and quite frankly, one of the most important industries we have in the state of Minnesota, when not all the voices have been heard on it. The best this bill could do is to get one of the two entities that are most important in the state of Minnesota when it comes to petroleum refining and get them to come to a strong neutral on this bill. You know, if this bill was sitting by itself in a perfect world, wouldn't that be perfect? But really what the state of Minnesota has done to this industry is said, you know what? In 30% by January 1st, 2024, 60% by January 1st, 2026, we want to make sure that you have an apprentice program to keep people safe at these refineries. But one of the things I think is most important that is missing from those dates is 2035. And members, I appreciate the fact, the folks that are watching this debate with their hard hats on. I want to thank you for your labor. I want to thank you for your work. But Republicans tried and failed not too many weeks ago to stop Governor Walz's unconstitutional rulemaking and enforcing California Clean Cars Initiative here in the state of Minnesota. Those 60% by 2026, those contractors, in 9 short years, you know what their job's going to be? Taking the switch and turning that industry off. Taking those valves and turning them down. And when you take a ride down 52 and you look to the right, you're going to see those lights in 9 short years after this bill is fully implemented, and those lights just may turn on because of Governor Walz. California Clean Cars Initiative is after your families, folks, at the end of the day. The DFL majority has shown itself to once again put the hand of its state government against the market working and saying, we're going to choose you, winner. We're going to make sure that you're a loser when it comes to what people want to drive here in the state of Minnesota. California Clean Car Initiatives, folks, is kind of what this bill is trying to make up for. Understanding, you know what? If you had a job and you got a great job working at one of the 2 great refineries here in the state of Minnesota, and you want to have an opportunity for your kid to maybe follow in your footsteps, with many of you do, in a few short years, this bill will be changed into a worker retraining program. Why don't you figure out something else to do? Minnesota doesn't want you. Republicans are going to stand strong for Minnesota jobs when it comes to everything, an all above energy approach. Not choosing winners and losers. Making sure that workers are safe. Not for just this generation, but the next. Representative Schultz and I had a few good amendments that I think would have improved this bill, saved you from yourselves, in a way. Put a little gray area into hard numbers when it comes to actual ability for the industry to fulfill the mandates that are in this bill. We want to keep people safe. I'm not going to support this bill. Vote no.
The member from St. Louis, the author of the bill, Representative Lislegard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members, for the discussion today. I appreciate all the different viewpoints, but I think it is a win-win. We kept our word, and we got this. We're going to get this over the finish line for the people that we represent. It means a lot to them. It means a lot to the state of Minnesota, and Representative West said it. This is critical infrastructure, you know, and every employer wants to have trained employees. We spend our whole life learning, and it shouldn't stop when we get to a certain age. I'm very, very proud that this bill is going to pass. I want to thank Representative Hewitt. Representative Hewitt, I said it earlier, he called me into his office. He said, Dave, this is a very big deal for my community, this refinery. Would you please bring the stakeholders together? And I said, yes, I will, John. And we sat in there, and our bill was the last to get passed because we requested, and rightfully so, both sets of stakeholders came together. The one didn't want to come. They weren't willing. There's nothing we can do about that. This bill happened because stakeholders, both the company and the workers, came together and they came with this. What more can we ask for? I didn't draft this legislation. You didn't draft this legislation. This legislation was drafted by the people who own and operate the facility and the workers there. I couldn't be more proud for the men and women in labor, for the refinery, Flint Hills, who had the willingness to sit down and do that. That's a quality company. We talk about companies, a company that is willing to sit down and negotiate. Labor, they could have just said, hey, guess what? Let's just try shove it right down. They didn't do that. Since John started the conversation, this has moved to be more workable for both sides. And I couldn't be more proud to stand here today, because this will become law. Vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 83 ayes and 46 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 3035. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File number 3035, number 3 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to state government, establishing the biennial budget for the Department of Employee and Economic Development, the unofficial engrossment.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Hassan, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. It's with great privilege and honor to present our budget bill of the session, House File 3035. This bill includes the jobs and workforce development, economic development, and labor. I'll be speaking to the economic development portion of it, and Chair Shang and Chair Nelson will speak on the workforce and labor. This bill makes big investments to address the economic disparities that persist in Minnesota, including new and low-interest loans to help businesses, small businesses owned by people of color, as well as funding targeted for economic development in areas harmed by the civil unrest. I first want to thank our staff, our nonpartisan staff, Anna, Shalene, and Ken Savers, our committee administrator, Travis Rees, whose knowledge of deed was invaluable, our CLA, Elijah Henderson, our DFL researcher, Dave Sullivan, and our Republican researcher, Lori Casino. Without you, we would have accomplished nothing. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I also want to extend my gratitude to our lead, Kosnick, and our great vice chair, Rep. Hansen, our members, committee members, for all their hard work to make our committee a safe space so we can have conversation about making Minnesota economy great. And I also want to thank every Minnesotan who came and testified in our committee and introduced us to their community. Your stories and needs did not fall into deaf ears. This bill supports Minnesota's economy with emphasis on small businesses by investing in infrastructure, increasing access to capital and wealth building. This bill also makes historic investments in developing Minnesota's workforce so all workers have a chance to prosper in our economy. This bill also has special focus on intentional equity, creating tools to help people of color, women, veterans, people with disabilities, the LGBTQI community, and other underrepresented groups. Our small businesses shouldn't be surviving, they should be thriving. Minnesotans from border to border came to us to tell us that they need our support. And this bill supports communities across the state, from childcare to loans for businesses and grants to rebuilding dollars for these businesses that were impacted by the civil unrest to businesses that were impacted in the closure in the Canadian border. This bill simply addresses all of that and more. There is a $500 million appropriation that we're calling Minnesota Forward Fund. This fund is to capture federal dollars. It's my understanding that Minnesota will get about $2 billion in the CHIPS Act. $300 million to match the CHIPS Act in the microelectronic manufacturing facilities and workforce development, $100 million match for the Consolidated Appropriation Act to establish a campus for biomanufacturing, testing, and commercialization. And it's my understanding if we create this lab, we'll be the first in the nation to have this in our state. And $100 million match for support in economic development. This funding establishes two things. One is we're bringing manufacturing back to Minnesota. And then the other number two is it is a national security to rely on China and other foreign countries for our microelectronics. So if we attract this money, if we spend this money to attract $2 billion, that's what we're accomplishing. This bill spends money on what we're calling empowering enterprise, which is funding for the businesses that were impacted by the civil unrest in 2020 following after the murder of George Floyd. We're also spending money on what we're calling emerging developers program. We heard from our small businesses who are interested in becoming a developers that if you don't have family wealth or connection or access to capital, that it's really hard for you to become a developer in this state. So this program will provide revolving loans to support individuals who are interested to become developers from PIPAC communities. We're also spending $10 million on the Small Business Partnership Program, which Rep. Hassan, my vice chair, was really passionate about. And this is loans to small businesses across the state, especially in greater Minnesota, and small businesses that do tech, and small businesses that are owned by people of color. The Initiative Foundation funding is $6 million to the 6 initiative foundations to support small businesses in greater Minnesota. The World Fair Expo is $5 million that we want to help with the World Fair Expo in 2027 if Minnesota wins that. $4 million in the Canadian relief. As you guys know, our communities that are along the border really struggled with their small businesses because the border kept closing and opening and closing and opening. And the folks that came from Grand Portage told us that before pandemic, it was 400,000 crossings, and then at some point it was 0, and then now, even years after COVID, there's still only at 100 crossings per year, and their small businesses are really, really suffering under that. We're expanding the Explore Minnesota tourism. As you guys know, our tourism and hospitality industry really struggled during the pandemic, so we're adding $18 million to that account. $11 million of that will be marketing initiative to make Minnesota a top destinations to visit and hopefully live. This bill funds greater Minnesota suburban communities as well as the urban core. We heard from Representative Lislegard's community on the importance of the film industry. I didn't know that before that hearing because they came to us and told us that this, films agency industry comes to their community and they will be renting cars, they'll be staying at a hotel, they will be hiring folks for the setup and the takedown crew, and that is really important for their community. And he was the only person who was able to fill up a room on a Friday morning, 8:30 a.m., from people who drove 4 hours to come to that hearing. So thank you, Representative Lislegard, for introducing us to your community. We heard from folks from the Canadian border whose lives were changed forever. And this bill really funds that, especially our tribal community in Grand Portage, who really talked about how all the money that they get from the ARPA dollars that they got, they didn't spend it on anything else, but they spent it for survival, because where other tribal communities were able to spend on other things, for them, because the Canadian border was closed, they had no other way except to keep their community alive, and that's how they spent their ARPA dollars. So this funding will help. This bill addresses the concerns that we heard from our communities, and it's the work of all my members in that committee, and I'm very proud to present you to this bill. With that, Mr. Speaker and members, I look forward to a very respectful debate and to light up that board at the end of the night. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Zhang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our workforce development budget bill was put together by listening to community members from all corners of our state who shared stories about their struggles and how our work has supported them throughout the years, and how we can continue to help Minnesotans with our workforce funds. Of course, this would not be possible without the leadership of my Vice Chair, Jeff Brand, GOP lead Dave Baker, Chair Norm for your mentorship as I gavel my first committee, Chair Hassan for your partnership in our economic development, and every member of the Workforce Development Committee. I also want to acknowledge the brains behind this committee who helped put this budget together, our committee administrator, Travis Reed, DFO research staff, Dave Sullivan, Republican research staff, Casey Peterson, our committee legislative assistant, Bunsi Vu, and our nonpartisan staff, research analyst, Anna Cholene, and fiscal analyst, Ashley Ng, and our committee page lead, Zach Collin, and Nick Sandberg. Thank you for your public service to our state. Colleagues, this workforce budget will be a historical reinvestment in our people and infrastructure for generations to come. It creates new competitive grant programs at DEED that provide additional resources for job training, like the Targeted Population Workforce Program, $60 million of competitive grant programs to encourage workforce development targeted for communities of color and low-income communities. The fund is for grants to community-based organizations, grants to small employers for training and activities to promote a more inclusive workforce, for capacity building grants to community organizations. We also have the Youth at Work program, that is a competitive grant program, funding programs to serve young people with an at-risk factor, such as low income, homelessness, juvenile justice, school dropout. This funding will allow the Youth at Work program to serve more than 12,500 additional youth in the current program. It also includes a $15 million competitive grant proposed by Governor Walz that will focus on building workforce in 5 high-growth industries: technology, manufacturing, building trades, healthcare, and education. Our workforce budget also establishes an Office of New Americans that will lead the state's effort to effectively integrate new Americans, workers into our workforce and our entrepreneurial system. A provision that was introduced by Representative Sandra Feiss. This will be transformative. According to the American Immigration Council, new Americans are 10% of our state's population. More than 1 in 10 workers in Minnesota is the new American, and they are in the fields of healthcare, social services, manufacturing, retail, trade, education, and food services. In addition, this bill provides $21 million in new funding for the vocational rehab services, a new program to reimburse employers that accommodate folks with disabilities. This is the strongest bill supporting Minnesota workers with disabilities in our state that the House will pass. At a minimum, it recognizes that including workers with disabilities is an important part of alleviating the workforce shortage in our state. This bill also contains a $7 million provision to the Department of Correction from Chair Noor that provides instruction and employment opportunities for folks incarcerated. We must ensure that individuals released can re-enter society with actual skills to be contributing members of society. Furthermore, this workforce budget makes historical investments with appropriations to many well-established community organizations, such as Representative Sensamira's legislation for the Minnesota Alliance of Boys and Girls Club, where we heard from Mr. Lamont Billity, who shared his story about how the Boys and Girls Club changed his life. He told us that he was a troubled young man, but this organization provided him mentorship, helped him get his first job so he could support his siblings and parents, and it put him on track to graduate from high school and went on to receive 2 college degrees. Because of our funding to the Boys and Girls Club, today, Mr. Ability, this young man owns a business, a water bottling company in Minnesota that gives back 50% of his profits to the community. We also have Representative Breon Kern's bill funding the White Bear Center for the Arts, a nonprofit that has been around since 1968, serving the greater Northeast metro region for internship programs for high school students to learn professional development skills through an arts perspective, where we heard from Ms. Lexi Munson, who shared how attending this program at the White Bear Center for Arts as a high school student helped her gain her confidence, empowered her as an artist at a young age, and inspired her to start a business in the arts. Lexi said her journey to becoming an entrepreneur all stemmed from participating in this program with the White Bear Center for Arts. Another successful program from Representative Andy Smith, a bill for a grant to Bridges to Healthcare in Rochester to provide career education, wraparound support services, and job skills training in high-demand healthcare fields to low-income parents, non-native speakers of English, helping families build secure pathways out of poverty while also addressing worker shortages in Minnesota's most innovative industries. We heard from Joe O'Hara, who moved to Rochester from Kenya. She knew little English, but raised 4 kids, put herself through school to become a CNA, all because of the resources from Bridges to Healthcare. She would not be in the healthcare field today had it not been for Bridges to Healthcare. Today, she's enrolled at the Mayo Clinic School of Health Science for another degree and feels confident that with the support of this program, she will be successful and soon have a career in the healthcare that her family can be proud of and be able to care for Minnesotans. We also have a provision from Representative Samakab Hussain, which expand job training and placement programs primarily serving the Southeast Asian community, where we heard from Mr. Thusu Ta, a young man who recently moved to Minnesota, who shared his story that he was lost and looking for a career change. He learned about the career programs at Hmong American Partnership and enrolled in an IT program where it sparked his interest in data analytics, and it led him to get selected by Cargill for an apprenticeship role. Today, he's no longer lost because of this program. We also have Representative Agbagje's Summit Academy bill to expand employment placement, GED preparation, and STEM program in the Twin Cities, St. Cloud, and Bemidji, an organization with a history of preparing Minnesotans for a good job. Then we also have Mr. Speaker, Pro Tempor's bill funding the Redemption Project to provide employment services to adults leaving incarceration. This budget bill also includes a provision from Representative Petersburg Workforce Fund for Owatonna and Steele County for Southeast Minnesota Workforce Development Area to provide career training and planning for many folks in Steele County. Also includes lead Dave Baker's Pro Start in Hospitality Tourism Management Program, where we heard from Noah Rosenberg, an alumni of the Pro Start program who graduated from high school in 2022 and shared how he got his start in the hospitality industry through this program, helping him get hands-on experience from professional chefs locally and nationally, and it helped him and his peers take some second place in the nation in a restaurant management competition for students. Folks, this workforce bill will support those who come from historically disadvantaged communities who do not have the training and opportunities their peers may have when it comes to both skilled and unskilled labor jobs. We can close the skill gaps with heavy investment in building capacity for people to train others. This is how we can ensure that our rising tide lifts all ships in a harbor. This is the realization of equity in practice. Members, this comprehensive bill is how we operationalize equity across society. It is also how we keep Minnesota a state where all members of our society are able to work and provide for their families. Today, let's stand together and support and build a workforce of tomorrow. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I want to start out by thanking the people that helped on this bill and helped on our committee. Like all of us, we without the people that help us and work with us on the committees, we can't get anything done. I want to start out by thanking Kayla Berg, Representative Berg, my vice chair, Representative McDonald, the Republican lead on the committee, Matt Bauman, who's my committee legislative assistant, Travis Weiss, who's our committee administrator, Marta James, and Anna Scholin, the two House researchers that traded off during the committee, Helen Roberts, our House fiscal staff, Dave Sullivan, our DFL researcher, Harry Kennedy, the Republican researcher, and Chris Ollendorf, our committee page. Members, earlier today, on the House File 10, which is included in the labor part of this bill, we heard a lot about safety. Well, the labor part of this bill is the overreaching part of it, is the theme of it is worker safety. From meat packers to nursing homes to the refinery workers, this bill is about worker safety. In the same spirit with that, we've included the governor's proposal to create an ergonomics department or ergonomics program in the Department of Labor and Industry. Repetitive work, doing work over and over again leads to injuries to workers. We need to study that to find out ways that we can make sure those jobs safer so that those workers can go home safe at the end of the day. We update OSHA, MN-OSHA, to bring it into compliance with federal OSHA standards. The fines, the federal fines, we've been falling behind with those, and we are in danger, if we do not do this, of losing federal funding for MN-OSHA. If that happens, MN-OSHA, which we run at the state here and are able to do other things that federal OSHA doesn't do, like the STAR program, like or OSHA consultation, where they go out on job sites and help workers, help employers to make sure that they're doing things safely and correct the problems that they have. We would lose that, because if we lose MN-OSHA and we fall under the federal programs, and these fines would come about anyway. And with MN-OSHA, most of the time they go out there, they find something. They don't find somebody unless they've done it over and over again. They go out there and they make sure, and they work with those employers to make sure they're doing things safely. We finally fund the Minnesota Public Employees Relations Board, or PERB. Similar to the National Labor Relations Board for private sector workers, this board helps settle disputes between public employees and public employers. It keeps these disputes out of courts. which will save up money for our employees and the employers, which are our counties, our cities, our school boards, and the state, when we have disputes between the workers and their employer. And it saves money across the board. We also direct Dolly to work with the Construction Codes Advisory Board to upgrade building codes for adult changing tables, the window cleaning safety standards, which we've had a lot of issues over the last years they talked about, and that some of these standards are a little rigid. We're instructing OSHA or instructing the construction codes in Dolly to work on these to make sure that they make sense for certain building types. And we also bring the solar installers into the residential contractors so that they, so that they can access the residential construction codes board. When we have trouble with the contractor, they can go and they can get our citizens who have had residential solar installed and have problems with the contractor, they can get retribution for that and get that taken care of. We also are creating codes for EV charging stations and new multifamily residential construction. And we also close a couple of loopholes in the workers' misclassification and paycheck protection statutes that have been identified. Workers deserve to be paid what they paid properly and paid what they worked for. And last but not least, we fund the Department of Labor and Industry. And with that, Mr. Chair, I stand for questions.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nelson M. moves to amend Senate File 3035, the unofficial engrossment. The amendment is coded A5.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson, to explain the A5 amendment.
Hey, Mr. Speaker and members, this is just to correct. We found a couple of minor mistakes that were in the outgoing years, in the tails of the bill, and this amendment just corrects those, and I ask for your green vote.
Is there any further discussion to the A5 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the A5 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the A5 amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
ACA moves to amend Senate File number 3035, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A4.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom, to explain the A4 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A4 simply reappropriates $100 million from the General Economic Development Program to two specific programs that utilize federal matching funds. First, it moves $75 million to the State Competitiveness Fund, and second, it moves $25 million to the Minnesota Climate Innovation Finance Authority, both of which benefit from the federal matching funds.
Is there any further discussion to the A4 amendment? I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Representative Acomb. I have concerns on this amendment as taking away from the intended purpose of why the money was put into the bill for other economic development, still receiving federal matching dollars. And if you could clarify for the body, does your amendment still permit for federal matching dollars? I think I heard you just say that.
Representative Koznick, are you asking if Representative Acom will yield to a question?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'm asking if Representative Acomb would yield.
Representative Acom will yield to a question. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Koznick, yes, both the State Competitiveness Fund as well as the Minnesota Climate Innovation Finance Authority both benefit from the federal matching funds through the Inflation Reduction Act.
Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Acom. I respect what you're trying to do and the area that you're trying to fund, but this is economic development. We worked hard in the committee to find ways to further increase current and expand current Minnesota economies, make it for a resilient statewide economy in both the semiconductor sector, as Chair Hassan had mentioned in her opening comments, and then also a new emerging biomanufacturing that I think the dollars were more intended and more appropriately used for. And so, members, I would oppose the ACOM amendment and hope that we can continue to expand the previously mentioned industries in Minnesota.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Acom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recommend a green vote.
All those in favor of adopting the A4 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion prevails and the A4 amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Kosnick moves to amend Senate File number 3035, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A11.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Dakota, Representative Kosnick, to explain the A11 amendment.
Thank you, members. The A11 amendment does two things. The first, it limits the amount of administrative costs that we have in our grants. One of the problems that we have with a growing bureaucracy is that when we do grants, the bureaucracy gets bigger and is making as much money or significant amount of taking up a significant amount of the grants intended to help other businesses, intended to help other Minnesotans, and instead enriching bureaucracy itself. And so the first part of the amendment takes more of the money allocated in the bill, $500,000 down to $125,000 to DEED to do the launch program, and instead takes the difference and gives it to the actual grants to help other businesses. And so it helps more Minnesotans and reduces the growing bureaucracy. The second part of the amendment is equally important. What this does is provides for more accountability, especially in this area of law. We do a lot of grants to other businesses to help them grow, other industries to expand and create more jobs and a more vibrant economy. But when we do those grants, we need to know that they're getting results. What it does is it establishes a reporting requirement back to the legislature on every grant that's done in terms of the dollars spent, the number of jobs created, the number of businesses established, and then also the objective of the funds, and then an accounting statement of the dollars. We've had much discussion here, and we probably will continue, about grants that were sent out and fraud was involved, or we're simply missing the mark and the grantors are enriching themselves. And so one of the big things that we talked about during the committee often on every single bill that came through, and so this provides that reporting requirement throughout all the grants that are made in this bill. And so it's a good government amendment, and I would appreciate and ask for member support.
There's an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hassan moves to amend the Kosnick amendment to Senate File number 3035, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A30.
I recognize the author of the amendment to the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Hassan, to explain the A30 amendment to the A11 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Lead Kosnick, for this amendment. What the amendment to the amendment does is it deletes the portion of the amendment that talks about the Launch Minnesota. We like the Launch Minnesota funding the way it is, but we all agree that we are all for reporting and accountability. So we're accepting the portion of the amendment that is reporting, but deleting the Launch Minnesota portion. Thank you.
Discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Kosnick.
Mr. Speaker, if I could ask for a roll call on this.
Representative Kosnick has requested a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Representative Kosnick.
I appreciate Lead Hassan's accepting with the reporting requirement and providing for more transparency in our grant-making process, but I still have an issue with deleting out, as I had in my underlying amendment. I think DEED can do its job and should do its job with its current base funding, and there is still funds available for the program here. It's just not as generous as DEED would like to give themselves. So, members, I think $125,000 to administer the program plus their current base funding is adequate, and I would ask for your support, not vote in favor of the amendment to the amendment.
Further discussion, I recognize the author of the amendment to the amendment, Representative Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like I said, I'm all for reporting, and we're gonna, accept the reporting part. But I want to keep the bill the way it is for Launch Minnesota. It's an important program that serves many of our communities, especially in the BIPOC communities that are in the tech world. So please support the amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the A30 amendment, the A11 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 60 nays, the motion prevails and the A30 amendment is adopted. There's an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Nash moves to amend the Cosnick Amendment as amended to Senate File number 3035, the unofficial engrossment as amended, and the amendment to the amendment is coded A29.
I recognize the author of the amendment to the amendment, the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the A29, and I would request a roll call.
Representative Nash requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the A29 amendment. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is talking about some grant restrictions that are in the bill. So this is talking about different grants. And this would simply say that as you're using this grant for this agency, including Explore Minnesota Tourism, that you can't use those grant funds to promote abortion or gender reassignment services. And the premise behind this is the bill has been passed. Those things are going to become reality, but we are asking simply that Explore Minnesota dollars or other grant dollars not be used to promote that, because that is something that we are using typically to promote fishing or resorts or different things like that, and that we want to make sure that we're putting up some guardrails with belts and suspenders to make sure that that sort of thing does not happen. So with that, I appreciate it, Mr. Speaker, and I did request a roll call.
Further discussion to the A29 amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to a point of order under House Rules 3.21B.
Representative Agbaje, state your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, under House Rules 3.21B, motions and propositions must be germane. A motion or proposition on a subject different from that under consideration must not be admitted under the guise of it being an amendment. A motion, amendment, or other proposition offered to the House is out of order if it is not germane to the matter in consideration. This amendment to the amendment does not deal with the underlying amendment, which would be the subject that could be amended. Even in discussing grants, it was grants about Launch Minnesota, not necessarily tourism. And the amendment to amendment also describes the full bill, not just the underlying amendment.
Advice on Representative Agbaje's point of order.
Yeah,
I recognize
Speaker.
the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice. Under the amendment, the lines 1.4 have been deleted, but we're talking about from line 1.5 downward, we're talking about grant recipients. The way this has been written in my A29 to the Cosnick A11, we're only talking about grant restrictions. There are no costs, which is one of the principal objections in 3.21B. So you can't rule this out of order, Mr. Speaker, because it actually is still part of the surviving Cosnick amendment. And I don't know how you can rule this to be in order. It's very clearly germane to the amendment, which is germane to the bill. So for that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that you find the point of order not well taken.
Members, I have reviewed the A29 amendment, the A11 amendment, and the bill. I have considered advice from Representative Agbaje and Representative Nash, and I find that the point of order is well taken.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Nash.
I would request to appeal the ruling of the Speaker and request a roll call.
Representative Nash is appealing the ruling of the Speaker and requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the appeal. Discussion to the appealing of the ruling of the Speaker. I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I think there's a pretty critical piece of this analysis which is missing, and it's pretty clear if you just look at the bill. We're talking about Article 2, grant management. Representative Koznick's amendment, the part that has survived, that is still alive, is adding a report requirement to grants management under this bill. And Representative Nash's amendment, just along those exact same lines, creates some restrictions on the grants under this bill. It's all part of the grants management in this bill. It's clearly germane under Rule 3.21. It is simply creating some guardrails, just like Representative Koznick's underlying amendment, which is apparently being taken. That creates reporting requirements for those grants, and Representative Nash's amendment to the amendment just adds into that same grants management provision another provision about our grants management that says we are not going to use funds just like we're being careful to report those funds carefully. We're also not going to use those funds for things that are divisive among the state of Minnesota while we're in the process of trying to create jobs in the state of Minnesota. So members, clearly this is a germane amendment to the amendment, and we should vote to overrule the ruling of the Speaker.
Further discussion on Representative Nash's appealing of the ruling of the Speaker. I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, members. If you look at the bill, it's on page 43 if you have a copy of it. Line 43.28 states, and maybe if Mr. Speaker, would Representative Abajay yield to a question?
Representative Agbaje will yield to a question. Representative Koznick.
Representative Abajay, I'm going to ask you if you could share with the body. I know I messed up your name. Sorry. If you could share with the body what 43.28 does, I would appreciate it. And so you give you a second to look that up if you don't have a copy there. But members, what Article 2 does is deals with grant managements. In this section, we talked, as I mentioned earlier, we talked a lot about in committee of providing grants to different organizations, but we want to make sure that they have the ability and capacity to handle the grants, and also just put some different requirements in there, provides an opportunity that if the organization receiving the grant is not capable of receiving it, that the commissioner or the grantee can either provide them some guidance or withhold the grant. And so I think it is germane, Mr. Speaker. And Representative, if she would yield, I think she already said she would. Could you share with the body what 43.28, if you could read that to the body and tell us a little bit about that.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Agbaje.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Koznick. So this article is the grants management article that we have been including in a number of the budget bills. But going back to the underlying question about whether this is germane or not, the focus is on the A11 amendment. And so the focus is on how you amend that underlying amendment, not necessarily how you amend the bill. If this was brought in as a separate amendment for the bill, we wouldn't be having this conversation because we could just go ahead and have the debate and the vote. But basically what this amendment to the amendment is trying to do is trying to add in a new topic that isn't quite related to what you were trying to amend, which was additional reporting requirements, which is already in Article 2.
Representative Koznick.
Thank you. And Representative Agbaje, 43.28 says grants management. And that's all we needed to hear. Grants management is what Representative Nash's amendment does in this Article 2. It's really not even a full 2 pages, and so it's quite easy to see that even in those limited scope of 2 pages, we're dealing with grants. And so, members, I would request that you do find, or Mr. Speaker, do find the Nash amendment overruled the ruling of the Speaker, and appreciate that. Thanks.
Is there any further discussion on the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker? I recognize the member from Stearns, Representative Dameth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I would ask you to vote to overturn the ruling of the Speaker. If you look at your rule book, 3.21B says an amendment to an amendment on the House floor must relate only to the primary amendment without introducing a new subject. This is absolutely germane. Representative Nash's grant restrictions added to the underlying amendment is completely germane, and I ask that you would find this advice well taken and overrule the ruling of the Speaker.
I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Koznick yield to a question?
Representative Koznick will yield to a question. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Koznick, can you outline for the body what the goal of your underlying amendment that I'm trying to amend was?
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Representative Nash and members. The goal of the Koznick Amendment, was that the question I think it was, is to provide accountability into the grants that they're used in the manner and objective that they were awarded.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that's exactly what I'm trying to do with my underlying amendment is provide some accountability to say that if this is going to happen and this money will be granted, then under the Koznick underlying amendment on accountability, then we should also say the accountability of not spending that money on these things should be passed into law, and that we should not spend the money on abortion promotion or transgender reassignments. Those are all things that can be done by other dollars, by other groups, but I think we should all agree that Explore Minnesota and other groups should be promoting our state based on how much fun you can have when you're fishing up north, or when you go to one of our many resorts, or when you go to visit a city for something. Perhaps sampling a growler from place to place. That's a really good effort that you should undertake. But what we should agree on is that we should not use this to promote these two items that have been articulated in the A29 to the A11. So, Mr. Speaker, I will again remind you that under, and the body, that 3.21B says an amendment to an amendment on the House floor must relate only to the primary amendment. That's granting, members. That is granting. So in my amendment to the amendment, it is putting up some guardrails around granting. It is putting a guardrail on two specific types of grant restrictions that we would like to pursue. Here's the deal. You get the vote however you want, and you're going to win at the end of the day. Just take a vote. Just take a vote. Maybe because you don't want to take the vote, that's more of the reason that I'm getting ruled out of order. But Representative Niska was absolutely correct. Representative Koznick has stated the intent of his amendment. Representative Dameth has pointed out quite clearly that the two things are very much in the same passage. They're both talking about grants, and I've beaten that drum myself a number of times. So, Mr. Speaker, if you would remind the body as we go to a vote what a green vote and a red vote means, I would greatly appreciate it. Members, vote red. Overturn the ruling of the Speaker. Let's have a vote, and let's just have honest debate and honest votes on our amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the appeal. I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice to the body. Members, the reason that this amendment is being ruled out of order, or was ruled out of order, is because it is, in fact, out of order. The amendment before us, the primary amendment, relates to reports and requirements for reports. If the secondary amendment related to that, then it'd be in order, but instead it talks about how grant monies may be used. This is a clear case where the Speaker ruled correctly, and please vote green. Thank you.
Members, I will remind us that the question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or a red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll on the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 61 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. Members, we are now on discussion of the underlying A11 Cosnick Amendment as amended. Discussion to the amendment as amended. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Dakota, Representative Cosnick.
Members, I would request a yes vote on the underlying A11 amendment as amended.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the A11 amendment as amended, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the A11 amendment as amended is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Baker moves to amend Senate File Number 3035, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A19.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Candy Ojai, Representative Baker, to explain the A19 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Again, I wanted to rise and talk about my excitement at the beginning of this session when we got to start talking about workforce. It was one of my highest priorities that I could work on because I just knew when I came down here in St. Paul in January what a crisis we had around the entire state of Minnesota. A crisis that we needed to do some smart things to get people to be able to come back to work in environments that I am already very proud of as an employer myself. We have a lot of rules, we have a lot of things, a lot of safety nets in Minnesota. And what's so disappointing about what we're talking about today is some things in these bills that are making it a lot harder for folks like me to employ people, to make sure that I can keep my eye on the ball, keep my eye on my patients, my customers, my employees. And yet, for some reason, what we are developing here in St. Paul is more rules and more mandates. Members, my amendment today, the A19, eliminates a couple of these important articles that we need to take out of this bill. This is not good for Minnesota, especially in the areas that we're focused on. It's full of mandates. These three areas are especially problematic, but we've got to do it now, we've got to do it right, and we've got to talk about these articles. So I just want to take one at a time here. I've got three articles we're going to talk about. The one on Article 8. This is the worst one of them all, by the way, I got to tell you, because this talks about the one industry that is in the most crisis, which is nursing homes. What this bill wants to do is create a workforce standards board, which means that it's going to have major rulemaking ability. They're going to have a minimum, they want to have minimum nursing home employment standards that are reasonably necessary and appropriate to protect the health and welfare of nursing home workers, to ensure that nursing homes workers are properly trained and fully informed of their rights. Do you folks realize how overregulated or highly regulated this industry is already? It's up there with nuclear plants. They have federal rules to follow. They have state rules to follow. And now you want to make a standards board appointed by the governor, whoever he or she wants to appoint. This unelected 9-person board is not even transparent back to the governor, back to us, the legislators. I mean, we don't even do that with the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council members. But these folks have more authority than that. What are we doing this for? I don't understand why we're making it harder on nursing homes. If there's any nursing home administrators or workers out there, you might want to mute it because this is going to be hard for you to hear. They want to make it harder for our nursing homes to stay open. And this Article 8 is really problematic, members. Man, this is troubling. One of the highest regulated already out there. Article 13, members, we're going to talk about the meat and poultry processing plants. For some reason, you keep picking on folks that are providing good jobs in safe environments. And House File 23 contains little about work safety, as this industry is overseen by about 11 agencies already, and regulatory rules that they already are focused on safety. You know, one of the highlights, at least I want to mention, I want to give some credibility to Representative Wogelmont on this in the Labor Committee. He finally recognized we have mom and pop shops out there and said, you know, for businesses like this with 100 or less employees, we should carve them out. We should set that aside because it's different. So thank you at least for that, Representative Wogelmont, for recognizing the mom and pops. Finally, somebody recognized that, and that's an important part of it, but it still puts incredible burdens on mandates for these employers that are doing it safely. They're providing us food, our grocery stores, our wholesalers, our restaurants. We need these workers, and we don't need to make it harder for them. And finally, members, Article 14. We're talking about the warehouse worker again and the folks that you want to keep hammering on. You keep talking about the Amazon stuff, and yet more mandates, more rules, more stuff that you're doing to make it harder in Minnesota. I don't understand why we want to continue to make it harder, more challenging to do any of this stuff. So, members, I'm just asking you, let's take these 3 articles, peel them out. Let's not make it harder in Minnesota to bring employees in, to make it where we as employers don't know how to write our safety plans, our health care, our human resource handbooks. You're trying to do it here. What are we doing this for? This is not where this belongs. You know, we know how to hire people. We know how to keep them safe. We understand the rules that are in front of us. I don't understand what the deal is. I just don't understand why you came down here in January and you thought we got to make more rules, more mandates, more policies. We're going to tell employers how to write their handbooks because they must not know enough. Maybe we don't. But I can tell you this. I know a whole lot more than the legislature does about hiring and keeping employees than folks that are elected in this body. So members, I hope that you see that this is really reasonable to just take those pieces out. We should not be focused on creating it harder to bring people to our job sites, making it harder for administrators to have to focus on things that we're already doing very well. So members, I hope that you can support this very important amendment. The A19 amendment talks about those 3 components. Otherwise, we've got some other good stuff in the bill. But making it harder for people to get employed by the businesses that are caring deeply about these employees, this needs to have, we need to get some changes made here. Let's take this back out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I hope I can get some support on this one. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, that kind of takes a lot of the safety out of the labor part of this bill. As I said, this is about safety. These industries that you're going after here and we're trying to go after, is to help these workers have safe job sites where they can go to work and come home in the same condition they went to work. I don't know why you didn't just take out all the other ones, go right down the list. But members, I urge a no vote on this. This is gutting the worker safety provisions of this bill, and we need to make sure that our workers are safe in their job sites.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, today I rise on this whole topic of a nursing home addition of Workforce Standards Board. It sounds really pretty. It sounds so nice, so thoughtful. But I don't know one nursing home administrator that would say that's a brilliant idea. What it tells me is how disconnected this body is from the very people that take care of your parents and will be taking care of you. Because I will tell you today that how we legislate will create or close the very place you will need to access in the next decades to come, if you're lucky enough to have a lot of birthdays. Because while all of you think you're never going to need a nursing home, you're never going to need it. I don't want to go there. Well, guess what? I don't want to go there either. But if you need it and you happen to have so many birthdays that you need 100% total care, good luck taking care of your loved one at home 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And if we think we have a vulnerable adult issue, we're going to need a board for workforce standards to go to all the houses across the state, because that's where we're going to see real abuse and real neglect, because they're going to be burnt out family members, because it is exhausting if you've ever cared for somebody and you never get a break. And the irony and the actual insanity of this is this body funds nursing homes. So it's a session with a trifecta of more mandates, less money. And I've heard it somewhere else. Where else have I heard the same thing? Last week it was on education. Let's just mandate. Let's mandate. A great idea. Let's do unemployment for the hourly employees, but make sure we don't fund the schools. So they really don't get a 4 to do 4 and 2 formula. That's brilliant. Because I haven't had one teacher ask me for that. Not one. Not one district. I have them bombarding me of problems. And we have the same thing on nursing homes. Great mandates. And guess what? Nursing homes in the 60s were built. And then guess what? We mandated them because something happened to somebody. So we got to get down here and run down here and write a policy, because that's going to fix it. Guess what happened? 2001, we got a new business called assisted livings, because everybody that had the nursing homes, we shut them down. Remember that? We delicensed beds because we were so mandated that nobody could do it. So now we have a tilt. 1,700 assisted livings, 300 nursing homes. But guess what? The assisted living model was built on not having a nurse in the facility 24 hours a day. Why? It costs less money, people, right? Do the math. Do the math on what it costs. So when you think things are expensive, we haven't seen anything yet. You haven't seen anything yet. You will be paying $20,000 if you're lucky enough to have that kind of money, easy, for 24-hour care in your house per month. So if you think it's expensive to pay $12,000 in a nursing home right now and they're closing, it's $200 a night in a hotel with no services. You just get to walk in and get your bed. Unfortunately, that's not the world we live in reality of caring for somebody. I don't know how many hands would raise that have worked in a nursing home the last 3 years, but this body set the statutes of how nursing homes had to run. So don't forget it when you're deciding that you're not funding them, because they followed the rules and there's no COVID money and now they haven't recovered. And just earlier today, just about an hour ago, maybe it's longer, I listened to, we're not going to prioritize profits over the human needs of the employees. That was a bill. That was the language I heard. Sounds great. But this trifecta isn't going to prioritize money for nursing homes for the human needs of the seniors, the human needs for the family members, the human needs of the caregivers that provide care every day. Because guess what? The mandates don't give the money. The money's not following the mandates. That's why assisted livings got built. And they'll be the next one to close, and then we'll be coming up with a new cool word that won't be nursing homes or assisted livings. It's going to be called live at home. 3 words, live at home. So when you think you're doing something great, we have a board of nursing home administrators. We have a board of nursing. We have a Department of Human Services. We have a state licensing that mandates that you're all surveyed. We fined nursing homes $3 million, assisted livings, $3 million by the policies this body set. We fined nursing homes $1 million, and I don't know another government entity that got fined during a pandemic. That was the most brilliant thing I've ever seen done. We didn't do it to education. Did we do it to transportation? Did we do it to the social workers? I want to know who we did it to, because nobody can tell me one body that we financially penalized when they did not hit the outcomes. No, we just give them more money. And then we create another nonprofit to give them more money because there's a gap. The census went down. The pupils went down. We just give more money. But who do we not give more money to? Remember the words nursing homes. This is a disaster. And members, it's time to wake up. Thank you.
The member from Stearns, Representative Perryman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Baker, wonderful amendment. It deletes a lot of great things. However, as I'm sitting and reading here, one of it would be Article 13, the meat and poultry processing. And if this amendment doesn't pass today or go on our side, and yes, think of it this way. I've been sitting here thinking about this. If they turn this amendment down and we pass it and we want it, think about it this way. They're saying that they support in the meat and poultry processing, small business, support small business, and they use the number of 100 employees in that bill. So, by the matter of transformation of thinking out loud, maybe 100 employees is the good number to use, and as we get to family paid leave, they'll think about that too. So, great amendment, but I think it's a start that they're saying that small businesses need our support, and the number they use in the meat packing processing is 100. So I guess I'm just saying, all right? So think about that.
The member from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, members. You know, this is another mandate-heavy omnibus bill that will do more to harm, do more to get rid of jobs than to help job creators and businesses succeed. As the lead on the economic development, we spent a lot of money trying to increase business opportunity, increase innovation. Thank you, Representative Baker, for bringing this amendment and deleting parts that are harmful to businesses and do the exact opposite. Did you know that the state of Minnesota lost 5,700 jobs in March, according to DEED? Included in that, the trade, transportation, utilities led the job losses with 3,200 jobs in those areas. Reductions were also about 1,900 in construction, 1,300 in manufacturing, and 1,200 jobs in professional and other business services. But, you know, a mandate-heavy omnibus bill from the Democrats that will do more to get rid of jobs than it will to help our job creators and strengthen our workforce is unacceptable. We are going into an era of economic uncertainty, and we need to uphold our job creators and our business providers, our job providers that put food on the table for our families. So, Representative Baker, thank you for bringing this amendment because another mandate-heavy omnibus bill was going to do more harm than good for our businesses and our jobs.
Further discussion on the A19 Baker amendment. Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I have a question, Madam Speaker, for Representative Nelson, if he would yield.
He will yield. Representative Baker.
Thank you. And again, members, I wasn't able to hear this bill in my committee. We didn't hear this in workforce. I think it was more on the labor side of things. But Representative Nelson, did you talk to anybody in your district, any nursing home administrator, that actually says this is something that we should have? I'm trying to understand the logic. I'm trying to understand how you think what I'm asking for is so outrageous and how it doesn't make sense. Because I've talked to all of my nursing homes in my area, and they say doing something like this is going the absolute wrong decision. If I'm missing something, maybe you, as the defender of this and saying this is a bad idea, Baker, that you're bringing forward, can you help me understand in your district, what did your nursing home say about this safety board?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Baker. And Representative Baker, this came out of a Representative Abaje's bill that came before us, and I don't have it in my district. I don't have any nursing homes, but my mother worked in a nursing home. She was a nurse in a nursing home, and I spoke with her many times when she was still alive about the problems that she had. In fact, she had ended up retiring early because she couldn't keep up with the work, with all night long working and then having to spend 2 hours after her 8-hour shift doing the paperwork required. So they need standards in these nursing homes. And I guess if you want questions about this bill, you should ask Representative Abaje. It's her bill.
Representative Baker.
Well, and thank you very much. I think you told us exactly why we need to have less rules. So mom could have went to bed 2 hours early. Because you're making it harder. You're going to make it harder on every single worker because they're all going to have to take a piece of the pie of the things that you're trying to create here, and that is what we're saying. No more mandates. Last week we had our education bill passed with 65 new mandates that we could count. And there's just more mandates on mandates. I could go around and probably ask a number of legislators on your side of the aisle who would have a nursing home in their area, because there are not very many that don't. But this mandate-rich part of this bill has got to stop. We're trying to help you understand how important it is to not make it harder for job creators to do what we do. We so much care for these patients and our employees and the pay and the benefits that we try to offer. But you're making it harder, members. Please support the A19 amendment today. Let's send a message back to Greater Minnesota, to the Metro, every part of Minnesota that has a nursing home, that we heard you. There's some good things that we can do for them. Let's load them up with money later on, but let's not do more mandates before we even get to the money part of this. So members, I really appreciate a green vote on the A19. Thank you.
The member from Stearns, Representative Damath.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move to divide this amendment between lines 1.2 and 1.3.
Representative Damath seeks to divide the amendment between lines 1.2 and 1.3. Representative Damath, that is divisible at that place. Which item would you like to vote on first? The first part of the amendment or the second part of the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to vote first on the first part of the amendment.
Any discussion on that?
Madam Speaker, I request a roll call.
Representative Damath requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any discussion on the first part of the Baker Amendment? The first part of the Baker Amendment would be lines 1.1 and 1.2. Representative Koznick.
Thank you, members. I rise to support the division and the first part of the amendment from the minority leader. In the month of October, there was 1,100 elderly residents that were turned away from nursing homes. And that was mainly due because of lack of staff. By having this provision in the bill, it's going to make it even harder for nursing homes to maintain their staffing levels and find new people to take care of our elderly. And so let's do this for our grandmas and grandpas, our moms and dads, and support deleting Article 8 in this bill.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Speaker Hortman. And I rise on this to just speak to, I understand the intentions of what that, at face value, this is seeking to accomplish, which is to make sure that a nurse can get their paperwork done. I've worked with nurses for 40 years, and I've seen this. But what this members as elected officials need to understand, that it starts with us. It starts with us and ends with us. And the reason our staff in the state of Minnesota are overwhelmed in the nursing homes are because the mandates are here from this body. And when you keep increasing mandates, and it goes on in the care plan, that's the model we work in nursing homes. We are extremely regulated. We have state regulations and we have federal regulations. Right down to, there isn't anything you're going to do when you live there that is not in a care plan written down. And an employee has to document, from the housekeeper to the dietary aide, to the cook, to the maintenance man. And the staff are overwhelmed by the policies that we set here. So if we want to get a handle to accomplish what we're trying to do, I want the representatives to understand from somebody who's done this for 40 years, who served from a CNA to a nursing home administrator, who have worked with colleagues, and they are all calling me across the state. I don't even know these people. I haven't worked in the field since 2019. So it is important for you to know that the implications of this mandate, another layer, it's going to give a report. If you want to have meaningful impact, we need to stop adding more things to document and do. That duty, when you write the mandate, somebody has to do it, or the very body, another agency we have jurisdiction over, comes in and gives us a fine at the nursing home. Would have given your mother a fine for not doing proper documentation and following the care plan as set by the Minnesota Department of Health. So this is the chicken and the egg game we're playing, folks. And another layer of government is not going to accomplish this. It's going to frustrate and run out nurses faster because they're tired. And they're really tired after 2.5 years of COVID and being short-staffed because they had no options. And so now we have to move forward because the largest group of people are aging. And if we want to really make a difference, we've got to take care of the chicken and then the egg and make sure we have enough caregivers to care for Minnesota. But if we keep adding a bureaucracy, people are not staying in health care. And I want you to understand why this is happening, because it is happening. They can't handle the mandates. And so it is already regulated like at a nuclear level. That's what everybody's always said. It's right up there with that level of, so you're asking a CNA and a dietary aide to do documentation that the engineer's doing. And this is what they do, 3 shifts a day, 365 days a year, and they're out of compliance all the time because it's not possible. It's not humanly possible to do. Every time something happens, we write another regulation, as if that's going to solve the problem. People, we need less mandates and give the people jurisdiction, and they'll do what's right. You've already told me at committees, we have great workers in Minnesota, and we do. Let them do their job. Thank you.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I serve on the Labor and Industry Committee, and by far, this is one of the most damaging provisions that we saw this year. But most specifically, members, it's because it strips away our authority in the conversation. Why would we be doing that? This isn't Minnesota common sense. State law currently says that this decisions related to these workforce standards for nursing homes and the direct jurisdiction over nursing homes is here at the legislature. And somehow, we're having this debate today because there is this language inside this omnibus bill that takes away the authority that we have as legislators to govern these issues. This can't be found in any other state in the nation, members. So we're providing an opportunity for you to strip this out of the bill because it's the wrong policy for our state. We can set up additional councils and others to take input from folks across the state, but ultimately the decision over these standards should be here at the legislature. So why are we abdicating our role? Why are we abdicating our role in this crucial and vital part of our economy, of the way that we care for our aging adults in Minnesota? Why is the legislature abdicating our responsibility? That's the question right now. Let's strip this from the bill and let's keep that authority here at the legislature because, members, instead, you want to give this to a board of unelected appointees of the governor we don't have any course of recourse against the actions that they take, and instead, they're unaccountable, which honestly might put us in a position where the aging population, which is growing in our state, will be worse off. It's bad policy for our state. Let's adopt this portion of the amendment.
The member from Stearns, Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, as we have been talking about the crisis in our nursing homes since the beginning of session, you would have heard more about the crisis in nursing homes even years prior. This gives us the perfect opportunity to remove from this bill by voting yes, and I would look forward to a full green board, voting yes to take out Article 8, which is the first half of this amendment, and thank you, Representative Baker, for bringing this amendment forward. By taking out Article 8, it helps alleviate, it does not solve the problem, that our nursing homes are facing, but it does alleviate extra burden that would increase the crisis that they are at. And Representative Nelson, I know you said that you did not have any nursing homes in your district. Many of us do have nursing homes in our district. Many of us are walking that fine line of needing to care for elderly parents or making decisions going forward. But by reducing the availability to nursing homes does not serve our most vulnerable people well. They need to be in their communities, close to who they are comfortable with, whether it's friends or family, to continue giving them the quality of life that has changed drastically, but yet will still improve as they are in their final days. So members, I look forward to a green vote. Please vote yes on the division of this amendment to strip out Article 8. Thank you.
The member from Candy Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Leader Damath, for thinking ahead and trying to slice this thing down a bit, because this is a very important vote. Madam Speaker, I was wondering if Representative Brand would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Baker.
Madam Speaker, Representative Brand, as the Vice Chair, too, of our Workforce Committee, we did a lot of good things in that work this year. Do you have, Representative Brand, do you have a nursing home in your district?
Representative Brand.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Baker, yes, I do have a nursing home in my district.
Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If he would yield for one final question.
He will. Representative Baker.
And Representative Brand, I'll ask the same question I asked Representative Nelson. When you came down here in January of this year to the nursing homes and some of the conversations I hope you have had with your nursing homes in your district, is this thing, this mandates, the new Workforce Standards Board, do you think, Representative Brand, this is something that your nursing homes are looking for in your district?
Representative Brand.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Baker, I would say that when I came down to, or came up to St. Paul rather from St. Peter, and with this in mind, you know, there are a lot of things that kind of coalesce together when we're talking about this issue. One of the big things that's missing from this debate is a larger conversation about workforce in general, and we really can't have a very strong conversation about workforce in general in this state or across this country if we're not actually talking about immigration reform. And when I went and talked to both assisted living homes and nursing homes, I will tell you that that was the first part of the conversation, was that we need more workforce. And more workforce isn't just going to get invented overnight. It's a 20-year or so problem that we're facing. And honestly, at the end of the day, we could resolve these problems and get more people in seats working in these jobs if we actually had strong immigration reform across our state. Thank you.
Representative Baker.
Madam Speaker, and thank you for not answering it, but I think what you did try to do was pivot away to something else that you think that a bill like this, well, which you didn't even address, the mandates of coming, you're talking about something completely different, in that I will bet you, not going to, but we will have this agreement, your nursing homes will not be happy if folks are voting to add it harder to keep their employees and to have the administrators not support what we're trying to do here. This is not working well. So, members, this is not what anybody came down here to do from, I know, greater Minnesota, that you did not come down here to make it harder for people to hire people, because we already have such a massive shortage, especially in this industry. Members, please vote green on the division on the first portion of the A19. I strongly urge a green vote.
The clerk will take the roll on the first portion of the A19 amendment. Wolgamott votes no. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 69 noes, the first portion, the motion does not prevail. The first portion of the amendment is not adopted. We are on the remainder of the Baker amendment. Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I forget, I do want to have a roll call for the last final section.
Representative Baker requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Baker.
And this is a sad day. I'm sorry, Representative Zeleznikar. Sorry, I screwed that up bad. Zeleznikar. Because she's the biggest champion we have here for nursing homes. She's been in it for 40 years. I have learned so much from her, from my administrators back at home, and what we just did was a huge setback for the nursing homes. So, members, I do hope that you look at the last second portion of A19. Let's help the meatpacking industry, and let's help, what was the last one here? Warehouse workers. They all need ours. Nobody needs more mandates in the world that we live in right now. There is plenty of that. So, members, again, I urge a green vote on the second portion of the A19.
The clerk will take the roll on the second portion of the A19. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mecklen moves to amend Senate File Number 3035, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A26.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Mecklen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've heard a whole lot of interesting things today. One in particular was industries we're going after, recently by Chair Nelson. This amendment would strip out the entire Article 15 out of this, and I'm going to explain part of my reasoning for this. I understand you're trying to kind of dial in the wage theft here. It talks about some interesting things that I would then, as a general, I would have access to their payroll records, their payables, which would give me confidential information, I would believe, about how they run their business, what they pay their people. I find it concerning when we have repeated conversations about a lack of affordable housing, and we're going to drive the cost of housing up. We have a lack of labor, we're going to make it more complicated. In this, it also just assumes if you are building 10 units on one project site annually, and I don't know what exactly a project site is. It's very vague, it's not extremely descriptive. And where this 10-unit number came from, I have no idea. What I do know is to be compliant with all this, it would require me to hire at least one, if not two people, to literally audit every other sub's books. I am required to sub out different groups. I am not allowed to do electrical work. I'm not a licensed electrician. I cannot do HVAC work and I cannot do plumbing work. I'm required to sub them out. This, to me, is one of the most amazing things that I have ever seen, and it's quite personal because earlier we heard Representative Lislegard, he said something very interesting. He said he talked to the stakeholders. Nobody talked to me about impacting small general contractors. I never heard about it. I wonder if any general contractors were conversated about this or brought into the conversations, because this will definitely impact them. What if the general contractor did absolutely everything right, and somewhere down the food chain, from sub to another sub, something happened? Maybe an employee and employer have a dispute, who knows? What if, here, I was talking to my partner today, and they're at a job in St. Cloud. The plumber had to come in for 1 hour, or he had one of his guys come in for 1 hour. And then he goes to another job, and he goes to another job, and none of which are mine. But say there's some dispute, or he doesn't, whatever, and he doesn't get paid for 3 days. Does he just come after me? I don't know where he worked the rest of the time. I couldn't tell you. I don't even know who it is. I don't know what their agreement is. You talk about wage theft. If I have to go pay that individual a second time when I've already paid the person that's supposed to pay them, that's wage theft to me. By the way, Madam Speaker, I request a roll call.
Representative Meckland requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This language is simply untenable, and removing this to me, this is so bold and so egregious, and I actually think this will, I know this is going to go into litigation. I've been talking to even my personal lawyer at length over the weekend, because you're explicitly exempting one group on lines 184.30 through 184.33. Does kind of seem like there might be a little bit of an argument of something I think lawyers call equal protection under the law. Is that the right way to say that? Thank you, sir. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm just a happy hammer swinger. I used to be a happy hammer swinger. This stuff doesn't make me very happy. So that is my amendment, Madam Speaker.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Feist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Meckland, for saying that this bill is one of the most amazing things you've ever seen. I agree. I love this bill. So I will be speaking in opposition to your amendment. This bill is incredibly important. It addresses wage theft, which I think all of us agree is a serious issue in the construction industry. Almost a quarter of workers in the construction industry are subjected to wage theft. And we had a number of workers come and share their stories with us, including Chair Nelson, who has been subjected to wage theft. So we know this is a very pervasive issue. What this bill would do is shift the obligation to address wage theft from the worker who has the least power to assert their rights to the general contractor who has the most control over the project site. I did speak with a number of stakeholders, including general contractors, including 2 general contractors who are women and minority-owned businesses who submitted letters in support of this bill. I also had extensive conversations with subcontractors, and we've included language in this bill that will make it more clear what the rights are between the general contractor and the subcontractor. The goal is for this to be a workable bill and to effectively combat wage theft. I will leave it at that. I think we'll continue this conversation, but I would urge members to vote no on this amendment. This is an incredibly important provision of this bill. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Feist, for that explanation of the bill. We've had a lot of conversations about trying to make bills workable, and I'm disappointed in the way that this bill comes to the floor. I think it's very unworkable, and I'll say that as someone who has had some experience in the construction industry. Members, this is a carve-out for labor, but fundamentally this is an anti-small business bill. This is a bill that makes it virtually impossible for a small business who operates as a general contractor. It's going to massively increase their litigation exposure. It's going to massively increase the risk of any general contractor, and that risk is going to go somewhere. It's going to go into the cost of building a home. And members, it massively hinders the ability of any new subcontractor, any new small business to get into the subcontracting space, because no general contractor who's going to be on the hook for something they can't control. Let's be real about what's really going on. These are independent businesses at one level of at the general contractor level, and then the subcontractor level, and then sometimes a sub of a sub, because we do take very seriously in Minnesota the idea that we have licensed trades, and so electricians and many other licensed trades have to be, those trades to be done on a construction work site have to be subbed out to somebody that the general contractor can't control. The language, the way that this is worded, is very, very broad and very, very bracing. So if you look at 183.8, This is the nub of this bill, the central provision of this bill. It says a contractor entering into a construction contract shall assume and is liable for any unpaid wages, fringe benefits, penalties, and resulting liquidated damages owed to a claimant or third party acting on the claimant's behalf by a subcontractor at any tier under that contractor. Of course, this is completely unworkable, which is why there's a complete exception to everyone who is subject to a collective bargaining agreement. That's the provision that Representative Mecklen correctly pointed out. So, members, this is unless every contractor becomes a labor contractor, which I suppose might be the goal of this bill, this is just a hammer against every single small business in the construction industry. It makes it virtually impossible for any small general contractor to survive, and it makes it impossible or an unreasonable risk for any general contractor to hire a new subcontractor, which is going to be bad for small business in that space as well. But I do have some questions for Representative Feist, if she'll yield to a question.
She will yield. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Feist, the Minnesota Department of Revenue in their fact sheets defines wage payments to include withholdings. And so as the author of this bill, I'm curious whether the intent of this bill would be to hold general contractors liable if a subcontractor fails to make withholdings.
Representative Feist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question, Representative Niska. Yes, a common issue with wage theft is when employers pay people off the books or they misclassify them so they aren't properly withholding the payroll taxes that they should be paying. And so, yes, a general contractor who hires an unethical subcontractor, or if a subcontractor down that chain of contracts inappropriately classifies a worker and does not properly withhold taxes, then yes, the general contractor would be liable.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Feist. I appreciate the honesty on that, and I assume as well, if Representative Feist will yield.
She will yield. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Feist, I assume as well you're aware that under Minnesota law, someone who fails to withhold is personally liable for that failure to withhold.
Representative Feist. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question. I am an attorney, but I actually don't know the answer to that question. But I'll trust you. But if someone is liable, then they would be liable under this bill. Thank you.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Feist. That is the law in Minnesota. And so my next question, if Representative Feist will continue to yield. Yield for another question?
She will yield for another question. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is it your intent then that the owners of a general contractor are also then personally liable for the failure of their subcontractor to pay withholdings, even if the general contractor remains an entity in good standing in Minnesota?
Representative Feist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a labor bill, not a construction law bill. So the attorneys advising these companies would need to advise them on what their liability would be. This bill simply says that the general contractor or project owner is liable for wage theft that occurs on their project.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Feist, for that answer. I think that, again, shows exactly why this is an anti-small business bill. We're talking about nuanced, open questions of law that we're throwing on onto small businesses, small general contractors, small subcontractors. These are companies that don't necessarily have an in-house lawyer, or if they do, it's they maybe have a lawyer who they go to draft forms of contracts. But this is, again, a situation where complexity is a subsidy for the biggest businesses in our state and harms our small businesses in our state. This is an anti-small business law. This is an anti-small business provision. And more importantly, this is a higher cost of housing provision. It's going to drive up the cost of housing. It's going to drive up the risk that general contractors are having to take on. They've already had to pay for a general contractor in this circumstance has already paid for the labor once. They have already paid the bills to all of their subcontractors. They've already paid the bids that their subcontractors have paid. And when the subcontractors then don't do something that they were supposed to do, then the general contractor is forced to pay again. What that means is that you, the homeowners, the home buyers of Minnesota, are the people who are actually going to have to pay when we drive all of the small general contractors out of the business, when we drive all the small subcontractors out of the business or prevent new ones from coming in, and when we pile more and more cost on those who are trying to build homes to house Minnesotans. This is a bad bill. Thank you, Representative Mecklin, for this amendment. It's a good amendment. Vote yes.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, Representative Feist, we had a fairly animated conversation when this was in State Government Finance. It was in the intro, one of the organizers that were there to promote and speak in favor of it basically said that this was to, one, as Representative Niska pointed out, that unions were exempted from this, and spoke very antagonistically towards general contractors in the course of the discussion in the committee that day. And as I said, and we talked about afterwards, I have a great many friends who are general contractors and subcontractors who then in turn sub out to other folks. And I know that they're super busy. They don't know everything that's going on with their subcontractors. So I guess one of my questions for you, if she would yield, Madam Speaker.
She will yield. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What protections do you have in this bill for general contractors if a subcontractor provides fraudulent or incorrect information in response to the general contractor's audit requests? Because in the bill as written, the general contractor would be liable, and this is the important part, even if the general contractor did everything they were asked to and they did everything right. Can you help us with that question?
Representative Feist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question. In this scenario, say that a worker comes to that general and they say, I am owed $1,000 and I wasn't paid it inappropriately. So that general then pays that $1,000. They could then recoup those costs from the subcontractor.
Representative Nash.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. That's not exactly a protection, though. So there's no protection for the general contractor. So if the ABC general contractor hires the CDE or the DEF subcontractor, and the subcontractor provides false information or whatever, the general still has done everything right, and they've actually paid for that service ahead of time. Now they're going to have to pay it twice. And Madam Speaker, if she would yield to the question.
She will yield. Representative Nash.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. And in that scenario that I just laid out, where the subcontractor has provided fraudulent information back to the general, who has done everything right and has paid ahead of time for all that stuff, and they, in your case, where this is apparently very rampant, they've done everything right. They're now going to have to pay for it twice. Is that not correct?
Representative Feist.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Speaker. Thank you for the question. So what will often happen in this scenario is that the general contractor has a holdback provision where they probably have funds that they have not yet paid to their subcontractor. They could take the funds out of that. But I really reject the premise of the question that this is a punishment to the general contractor and that we're holding them responsible for something unfairly. Almost 25% of workers are doing what is asked of them. They're showing up to work every day. They're working often in unsafe conditions. They are doing their job, and they are doing it with the expectation of being paid and being safe and being treated fairly. And right now, we've had this conversation. I do not, if 25% of workers are being subjected to wage theft, that means that 75% of ethical general contractors are being underbid underbid by these unethical players. And you know, your friends and community members may be doing everything right, but there are unethical general contractors out there and subcontractors out there who are stealing wages from workers who are doing everything right, who are showing up to work. And so, so this is an important bill, and if that general contractor has to pay $1,000 twice, that's unfortunate. But they are in a much better position to pay that cost than workers.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, in the pantheon of rejecting premises, I will reject that these general contractors are indeed defrauding. I don't want to use the word that was coming to mind, but defrauding the subcontractors. You know, I know a lot of them. I know lots and lots and lots of them because my future son-in-law is one. We're hoping that happens soon. Kids, if you're listening. And what's happening is the premise that you have, I believe, is a false premise. That as a general contractor, their family company is effectively raking their employees over the coals, and that's just wrong. And what's happening is, let's say a subcontractor, either fraudulently or through some mistake, there's no mechanism in this bill that I understand that provides for remediation or you know, for the general to be made whole. And I just, once again, we had this, and I'm not going to go back to what happened in committee because you and I were there and we talked about it afterwards. That was off the rails. But what this bill does is it's going to effectively add to the cost of housing, and a general contractor has a lot to do. And if you've ever been on a job site, and I did in college, and I worked for a lot of those folks, the general contractor is literally like a three-ring circus, and they're trying to keep all the parts moving. They don't have access necessarily to the personnel data, nor for that matter should they have some of the records that you're asking for. That's asking for a lot. So, you know, Representative Mecklen, there you are. Thank you for this amendment. I will be supporting this amendment. I am saddened that the conversation that we had, I don't know, weeks ago in State Gov 5, we haven't actually, I don't think you've made any changes to the morphology of the bill, at least around the conversations that we have. And maybe I'm happy to be corrected if that's the case. But I'm deeply troubled by this. So for that matter, I will be voting yes on the Mecklen amendment and would encourage my friends to do so as well.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. Thank you, Representative Mecklen, for this amendment. You know, I think, you know, when we look at employment law and you look at in what the business of the state of Minnesota is doing in this particular area, we're talking about job creation. You know, foundationally, this portion that Representative Mecklen is looking to remove from this bill, quite frankly, is a lawyer full employment clause in this bill. It's looking to put the state of Minnesota back in between employees and employers, between general contractors and their subcontractors. Folks, Representative Niska just brought out the fact that we're going to hold the general contractor responsible, essentially double jeopardy when it comes to the cost. One of the things that we're hearing over and over and over, have you visited anyone in your area that says, you know what, the cost of construction and building a house is going down in my district? The ease of getting the permit and getting someone to actually show up and do the work is getting a lot easier in my district. If you've heard that, boy, oh boy, that's a rare conversation, folks. Folks, just a number of years ago, Representative Keel brought a bill before us talking about the cost of construction between the city of Moorhead and the city of Fargo when it costs to build a triplex or a duplex and create housing that's affordable. Does this bill before us that we're seeing, that Representative Mecklen is wisely trying to eliminate a very costly portion that's going to make it more difficult and make the job of lawyers more, make it easier for lawyers to get involved in these projects and suing and driving the cost up? Who pays for that extra cost? The home buyer, the family, the single mother, the small business person trying to make sure that they can make enough so that they can pay their one employee with your paid family leave. Folks, you're not making life cheaper. You're not making life easier here for Minnesotans. Yeah, we're going to get you, you general contractor. We're going to show you. You're going to pay that subcontractor, and something gets goofed up, and they have some sort of a disagreement between that employee and that subcontractor, and they're going to say, hey, Mr. General Contractor, you know, you need to do this, and you're busy, you're doing your thing. Oh, you dropped the ball, whatever. Something happened, they got their payment, the project's done, now it's got to come out of your project. And guess what? Ring, ring, ring. Hey, Mr. General Contractor, you're being sued by so-and-so employee you've never met before, ever you know, because so-and-so that you never knew and who did this and that to you, boy, they didn't like what you did because you didn't stand up, blah, blah, blah. Oh, shoot. Man alive. Wow. You know, we had a bill just before us, House Senate File 10. We had an opportunity for the state to stay out of the business of a private employer. Let them work it out. But nope, the state of Minnesota, these folks want to come here, tell us what to do. Tell you how to interact with your employees. Well, here it is again. Folks, boy, if you're a housing provider in the state of Minnesota, you're looking at this going, boy, oh boy, what am I supposed to do here? I'm just trying to build houses for folks so that they got a cheap place to live. You know what I will do? The state of Minnesota says, hey, hold this. Let's make it more expensive. Let's make it more rigorous. Let's make sure that I got to have accountants and lawyers on staff, on call, so that, boy, golly, you know, something going to show across my desk, you know, a perfect relationship is general contractor. You have sheetrockers. You have framers. You have roofers. You have plumbers. Those folks work together on a day in, day out. You may have some bad actors. Can you believe it that we were told in this House floor that it is a rampant problem we're trying to fix here? This is all over the place. Folks are getting ripped off by these nasty general contractors. Come on. Come on. You get out in the field, Representative Mecklin is a guy, you know what, who is on a roof. He's not just looking and pointing and smoking some big cigar and saying, you know what, get the job done. He's up there. He's bidding it. He's making it work affordably so that homeowners and families and small business owners can actually put down foundations in this state. It seems like day in and day out, the Democrat majority does not want us to build foundations in this state. They want to build roads for those that want to produce and give homes and build homes affordably in the state and build businesses that are competitive on a business, on a regional and an international marketplace, more expensive. We all have goals. We've said before on this House floor, you know what, there's a big difference between an idea and a good idea. Representative Mecklin, this amendment is a good idea. Its inclusion in this bigger bill is a bad idea. Folks, do the right thing. The relationship between a general contractor and subcontractors is a perilous dance, folks. It's in, it's out, you've got bad actors once in a great while, but we're being told, oh, this is a rampant problem. Oh, this and that, my goodness, come on. A vast majority of the homes that we live in our districts, are built with the relationships that we're attacking today. A general contractor, a subcontractor, making the project affordable as they can with the regulatory environment that we present them with. And it's working. Folks, we're going to be told, oh, this is just a horrible thing. Folks, you know, come on. Let's get, you know what? If you were to ask anyone, both Democrats and Republicans, and say, you know what? If I were to present you a case, do you think we need more state involvement in every single aspect at every single stage of your construction project? And I can promise you, if you're a city worker working for a city someplace and they're looking at permits for a wastewater treatment plant, or a sewer plant, or a park, or the construction of darn near anything, and they're going to say, boy, oh boy, you know, I understand why they'd pass some of this stuff, but man alive, could they take a break for a minute And here we sit. Representative Mecklin, I really do want to thank you. Once again, we're having amendments to save the Democrats from themselves. And I would hope that they would vote. I don't know if you asked for a roll call or not. I'm not sure. That's not my business. That's your amendment. But at what point? It seems like we're listening to someone, but it's not anyone that I know. It's not the folks that are trying to build affordable homes. That's who we're not listening to. But how does the state fix it? We're going to increase regulation. We're going to increase the cost so that we can fully fund lawyers in the state of Minnesota on the backs of people that want to have an affordable home. But Democrats want to fix it by what? Let's have a bunch of state money that subsidizes the cost. So rather than actually fix the problems, it's like a plumber that says, you know what we're going to do? The state of Minnesota, you've got a leaky pipe in your house. And instead of actually getting after the leaky pipe, we're going to fully fund, in this bill, a 55-gallon bucket that goes in your basement that'll collect the water. That's how the state's going to fix it. Rather than actually get after the things that are driving up the cost of construction from a regulatory, from a cost perspective, from a trucking perspective, and now we're going to go after and make sure that we can fully fund the lawyers that are going to be probably buying lake places and then hiring these projects so they have a general contractor that's going to, even the lawyers are going to have to spend more when they buy their lake places with all the extra money that you're going to give them through this bill. Do you really want to do that? Representative Mecklin, thank you again for standing up for families, single mothers, small business owners who are just trying to get by a little cheaper and rather than have the state take a larger role in our life. Vote green on the amendment, folks. Just set aside the rhetoric that this is some arduous thing, that this is happening in everyday life and all these nasty folks. Folks, make a phone call. Call the home builder. Call the carpenter. Call the sheetrock guy. Call the framer in your district and say, boy, is this a really problem? No, it's not a problem. But you know what it's going to do? Drive the cost up. Drive it up. $3,900, folks. Your green energy dream bill. $3,900 on average. What is this going to cost? A couple $100 here, a couple $100 there. Well, you know what? Hey, let's just have a grant program to folks so that they can, ease that cost of that $200 that the lawyer fees are going to cost for their more expensive home. Vote no.
The member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Mecklin, for bringing this amendment forward, and Representative Swazinski, thank you for some of your comments. I just want to make up some more poignant points. Representative Feist said that it's 25% bad actors. I don't know where you got that number, Representative Feist, but according to Representative Mahoney, who I really enjoyed working with, he was here, sat opposite of me, a good Irishman. I guess that's why I liked him. He was a labor guy as well. He said in committee just recently, maybe it was last year, that only very few are bad actors when it comes to this general contractors not paying. His number was almost, I think it was 98.5, 99.1%. What was it? 99.9%, Representative Mahoney said, as far as those not paying their subcontractors. So that's the number we need to look at. It's not rampant happening. It's another solution looking for a problem. Is that correct? Yeah, that's the way to say it. And I was speaking to some of my constructor friends in the Delano area, and they're upset of this bill. So it certainly was Representative Mecklin. He and I sit on the Labor Committee, and he's in the contracting business, and very upset. So if this passes, it certainly will, as Representative Swazinski said, will increase the cost on many, many construction projects, period. End of story. Did you know that Mr. Wonderful Kevin O'Leary was just speaking recently in Fargo, and why he said they won't invest in Minnesota because of their bad policies. He said that's uninvestable was his word. So at least we have an amendment right now that'll take away part of your bad policy in your bill, Representative Nelson, that will encourage businesses to stay in Minnesota and to build in Minnesota. More mandates, more expensive, more fees, more fines, more regulations will only continue to hurt Minnesota. And if you don't believe me, because I'm certainly don't know it all, believe Mr. Wonderful, who's going to invest $45 million in Moorhead, or Fargo, not Moorhead. Have you heard his talk just recently? Have you heard of it? You raise your hand if you haven't. He said that Minnesota, because of its bad policies, because of its over-regulated, over-mandated, over-fees, over-fines, over-taxed, it's just not investable. That's sad. Madam Speaker, isn't that just, it's sad to hear that Moorhead now is not where people want to live. Nothing against Moorhead. I like Moorhead. But Fargo is the place to invest. Did you hear that, Representative Swazinski? Yes. Microsoft has one of the largest plants they're building there in Fargo. Did you know that? Oh, Jim Joy. Representative Joy. Are you from that area? Well, Representative Joy, would he yield for a question, please?
He will yield. Representative McDonald.
Representative Joy, you just heard me speak fondly of the community right across the street from you. Right, just like in the yard, I think you could step like this, and all of a sudden you're less taxed, less regulated, less mandates, and more importantly, you'll probably be more profitable with more liberty and freedoms and economic freedoms. So, Representative Jim Joy, what say you of such regulations and mandates in your beautiful city compared to that of Fargo?
Representative Joy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, you're exactly right, Representative McDonald. Regulations keeps moving everybody across that bridge, and you're right. I can walk basically across, around this room, and I'm on the other side over in North Dakota, and all the bordering ones are seeing that. As they continue to regulate and put more mandates on our side of the bridge, people move across. You know, housing, same thing. You know, I've been listening to this, and as we talk about the housing and how we want more affordable housing and everything we're going to do, I don't know if this makes more affordable housing or not. I think this adds more to it. So I don't know how we can continue to say we got to create bills and do affordable housing, but then we do bills like this to increase the cost. So I don't know how we're going to win on this situation, but yes, Fargo does have more of a place to go to because Minnesota's constantly getting hit with regulations. Thank you.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Joy. You know, I just wanted to get up and speak in favor of Representative Mecklen's bill amendment to repeal this portion. Representative Feist, no offense to you. You're a fine legislator, and there's no personalities or motives here. But that particular section of the bill will certainly increase the cost to build in Minnesota. And it'll be yet another nail, or lack of a nail, in a 2x4 invested here in Minnesota, and will just encourage investment in our neighboring town and state of North Dakota. The proof is in the pudding. As I speak, I'm getting my Irish up, just getting upset to think that the proof is right there from Mr. Wonderful. Who watches Shark Tank? You ever watch that? I get motivated by it because there's so many wonderful ideas. And they only can come to fruition because of freedom and liberty in America. The more regulation, the more mandates, the more costly, just stifles it. Completely stifles innovation. That's the facts. That's the facts in Moorhead, and that's the fact in Fargo. You can see it plainly, clearly. Well, with that, I encourage you to support Representative Mecklen's amendment to gut that portion of the bill that'll do nothing good for the construction trades, and it will increase the cost to our building. The contractors, subcontractors, the general contractors already had said that. And just one last thing. The general contractors, most of them are small family mom and pop businesses, and yet just another lack of a nail in a 2x4. Vote green.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The American dream is under attack right here in this body. Did you know that home ownership itself is one of the keys to building generational wealth. It is an asset, and it is something that most people strive to own, their own home. I remember my first home, bought it in St. Cloud, Minnesota in 2004, I believe. 206 22nd Avenue North. I think that was the address. This little teeny tiny 2-bedroom home. And that's where my second child was born, in that home. But it was an exciting, exciting time. Today, interest rates are going up, making it much more difficult for families to get into that reasonably priced home. Along with that, now I'm hearing, or we're all hearing, that on May 1st, the Biden administration has some new rules going into effect. So if you have put down, or if you plan on, after May 1st, putting down 15 to 20% on a home, or you have good credit, you will pay more, about $40 a month more, for being responsible. The American dream is under attack. I too, much like my colleagues, like Representative McDonald there, I too have been hearing from my local contractors. They are saying that this provision is going to jack the costs of home ownership up. Please take out Article 15. Please take out Article 15. Don't make home ownership any more expensive than it already is. We have a $17.5 billion deficit, or surplus, sorry. We have a surplus. But we're going to end up in a deficit if we keep spending this money the way we are. Anyway, we have a $17.5 billion surplus. And this body, instead of making sure that families and taxpayers are getting tax cuts, this chamber is making life much more expensive for them. We saw it last week, one of our bills that we passed off the House floor, a 75-cent delivery fee. And that affects everyone, even the poor, because we're all rich. This bill is yet another attack on taxpayers. Members, I urge you to vote in favor of the Mecklen amendment.
The member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Madam Speaker, members, I too support the amendment. One thing that's not talked about, Representative McDonald nailed it. But one thing that he didn't cover is my district, first of all, is the only district that borders North Dakota and South Dakota. And when you have the border communities like Moorhead, Breckenridge, Browns Valley, Wheaton, Canby, Pipestone, all the way down, because if we look at the border going from Canada down to Iowa, we no longer have a larger community on the Minnesota side. So that means when we are able to build, we have to get them from the other side, the other state, because it makes better sense for them to be entrepreneurs from North Dakota, South Dakota. Now, with this additional requirement, there will be people who say, no way, I'm not going even bid a job in Browns Valley, Minnesota, or in Wheaton, or in Breckenridge, or anything like that. We did a construction 2 years ago at the hardware store, and it took us a long time to find someone to do it. And we had to go to Beaver, South Dakota, which is on the other side of the state, but I know that person would go, I'm not going to mess around with this. So what we're doing is we're not just affecting homes, we're not just affecting businesses, but we're also affecting cities and counties who build, because they're not going to come across the state line to put up with this mess. So support Mecklen's amendment. Thank you.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, Representative Mecklen, thank you for this bill, or this amendment. It's very important. Last week, we had the housing bill. Over $1 billion was spent over the biennium, most of it being available to nonprofits for rental assistance and building rental units. And there was nothing in that bill to actually reduce the cost of housing. And now we have a bill that's actually going to increase the cost of housing. Members, we have a housing stock shortage that is the worst in the country. If the Mecklen bill amendment isn't adopted, we're going to even make it worse. Please vote green on the Mecklen amendment.
The member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Representative Feist, I wanted to clarify something that you said when you were discussing this bill with Representative Nash. You made a statement that I don't see what the basis is in the bill for it, that a contractor who in good faith pays a subcontractor and then without their knowledge, the subcontractor doesn't pay their employees. You said that there was a mechanism in this bill that the contractor could recoup that payment back. So, Madam Speaker, if Representative Feist will yield.
She will yield. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Feist, I can't find anything in the bill that creates any mechanism whatsoever for a contractor in that situation to recoup that money back from the subcontractor. Could you point me to where I'm missing that in the bill?
Representative Feist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question. So in general, that is actually outside of this bill because, again, this is a labor bill. This is not a construction law bill. But there is language that we did add in collaboration with the subcontractors that says if a contractor has satisfied unpaid wage claims of an employee and incurred fees and costs in doing so, such contractor may then pursue actual and liquidated damages from any subcontractor who has caused the contractor to incur those damages. So I guess it is in our bill. Thank you.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Feist, if she will yield again.
She will yield. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't see that. Where is that in the bill, Representative Feist? Where are you reading from?
Representative Feist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You're testing my Control F skills on this big document. Okay, line 183.16. However, if a contractor has satisfied unpaid wage claims of an employee and incurred fees and costs in doing so, such contractor may then pursue actual and liquidated damages from any subcontractor who caused the contractor to incur those damages. That is line 183.16 to 183.19, and that was added at the specific request of stakeholders in the industry who we worked with very closely to make sure this bill was workable. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Feist. That's important that everybody is aware of that in the bill. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the 826 amendment? Roll call having been requested, the clerk will take the roll on the bill, on the amendment. Oh,
Madam
Representative
Speaker?
Meckland. Representative Berg.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I stood up a while ago, but you may not have seen me. I need to let the body know something really important about this amendment. There's no less than 5 amendments here addressing wage theft. A couple have been pulled. The narrative that wage theft isn't happening in the construction trades is dangerous. And I know this because I actively participated 3 or 4 times with investigators from the Carpenters Union. Tony Albright, a former representative, and I went over there one day together. I was shown the documentation. I was shared with what you look for on a job site to identify that labor trafficking is happening. I have leafleted outside of bad actors' construction sites. Let me tell you what wage theft is. It's human trafficking. And there is more human trafficking in the construction trades than there is in the sex trades. So let that sink in. As a flight attendant, I am trained to identify human trafficking. Oftentimes, we're the last line of defense before they're lost forever. But this is a very specific kind of trafficking. There are workers stacked on top of each other, 15 to 20 to a hotel room. Those are the conditions they live in. Do you know what they're paid if they're paid at all? They're paid in cocaine. And you can either use the cocaine, or if you actually want to send money back to your families, you go out and sell the cocaine. Or you're paid in prostitutes. And I'm sorry if this is unpleasant on the House floor, but those are the facts. I happen to know them directly from the investigators. The Carpenters Union blew wide open a labor broker in the Viking Stadium. That was in the Star and Tribune. You can look that up if you don't believe me. This is human trafficking. And when that board lights up and there is a green light next to your name because you voted for this or any of the other wage theft amendments, that is a vote for human trafficking. You will take that back to your district. You will have to own up to that in a town
Madam Speaker,
hall.
point of order.
I hear many people raising a point of order. Representative Koznick.
What matter or business are we on?
Representative Koznick, when you stand to a point of order, you need to cite to something. But Representative
Well,
Berg
the point
is...
of order, Madam Speaker, would be she's calling our motives, invoking motives into the debate and explaining what our votes mean. But also, I was just curious what point of order or business we're on.
Representative Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually was, you're right, informing you of what that green vote will mean. Those are the facts. That's what your vote will mean. And I'm telling you this because I serve on the committee, various committees with many of you. And you have great, big, generous hearts. You do not want to vote for human trafficking. I know you don't. So I will sit down so you can stop trying to think of a point of order, but please think about your vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Feist, you said something early on about this gives the person with the least amount of means a lever to pull. And I recall Representative McDonald talked about Representative Mahoney, which I don't know if you ever met him prior, but he was a genuine guy. But he made it very clear that 99.9% of all the employers were doing it the right way, only 0.1. He was very proud of getting wage theft passed, number one. But what was the point of passing wage theft law? In that, we also funded new FTEs. So are you suggesting that once again, this new department that was created is not following up and doing their job for these people, that they have nowhere else to go? Because it seems to be a repetitive thing that we keep hearing. We create these departments and they're not actually protecting the people they were intended to protect. Because I am trying to figure out on my end if a subcontractor or a subcontractor of a contractor of mine has an employee claim that he did not get paid. Then comes to me, I go to the boss and he says, I paid him. How do I know? How do I fight that? How much do I pay a Representative Niska in the off season to get myself out of that mess? And if I understand, nobody's questioning sex trafficking, human trafficking, wage theft. It's all bad. That was the point of passing the wage theft law. And here we sit once again. It's not enough. More regulation. So we're going to put more and more screws into the people doing it right for the few people like down in the metro. But I guarantee you, there is nobody out where I live taking advantage of their employees. They are our neighbors' kids. They are our brother-in-laws. They're all people. How long do you think I would get reelected if I was screwing with the people down there? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schultz moves to amend Senate File Number 3035, the unofficial engrossment. The amendment is coded A25.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. My amendment has to do with ergonomics. And for those of you in the room who don't know what ergonomics is, frankly, I didn't know prior to the start of this session, and it's been great to learn about it, but it's been extremely brief. And so this amendment specifically changes the timeline by which the ergonomic standard found in this bill would be enacted and would be forced upon many of the employers of this state. And so that is what the 825 amendment does. It changes the standard until to next year rather than November of this year, and also provides for our employers to have a little bit of certainty because, members, I'm not sure if you know, but it has great and grave consequences for many of our employers across this state. So that is the amendment, and we'll go from there.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And I've spoken with, after I saw this amendment, I spoke with DLI about this, and their intention is to get this up and running, and that's, they believe the date is what they need to be able to get this up and running and start rolling this program out. And so I urge a no vote on the amendment.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm disappointed to hear that, Chair Nelson. Would Chair Nelson yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Nelson, was this a standalone bill that received a hearing in the House Labor Committee?
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This was part of the House File 2755, which was the governor's bill and his supplemental bill, and we gave this a thorough hearing in the meeting. I believe there was questioning on that for 45 minutes on this portion of the bill alone by Representative Schultz.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Nelson. You're right, and you know why? Because the voices of Minnesotans were not included at all. That's why we had 45 minutes worth of debate on the omnibus bill, members. Not a standalone bill, not a standalone idea, not something that's agreed upon by the stakeholders across the state, the people of Minnesota, with no input from the public. Zero members. Members of this body, zero input was taken from members of the public on provisions included related to ergonomics. And for those of you in the room who are just now learning about ergonomics and what that would mean, an ergonomics program, based upon the way that the bill is currently written, would be the standard by November 1st of this very year. And for those of you who weren't in committee, the ergonomics program has been quote-unquote studied behind the scenes for a decade by the Department of Labor and Industry, yet no stakeholder input has been taken. So now we're in a place where Representative Hassan is authoring a bill that has literally an enactment date that is later this year, and it impacts, members, it impacts healthcare facilities, including every single nursing home in this state. It includes warehouse distribution centers and meatpacking sites of over 100 employees. Nobody, zero people in this state provided any input as to what this would look like in state law, how this would be implemented in their business, in their job site, and we're going to shove this down their throats without their input yet this year. There's no reason to be doing this. There's no reason to be doing this. And I'm a little bit shocked today to hear that that this wasn't a friendly amendment, to simply push out when this standard would be to July 1st of next year. There might be a lot of good things brought about by this provision, but instead it's going to be shoved down the throats of job creators across this state and negatively impact every single healthcare facility in this state. a new regulation, a new burden. And I'm not saying that this isn't the right policy for the state, simply that we should take the input of Minnesotans. So I'm disappointed to hear that somehow we need to be pushing forward at this speed. Members, I'm going to withdraw this amendment, but I certainly hope that Chair Hassan and members of the majority will find a way to work on this in conference committee and actually take the input of stakeholders across the state on what an ergonomics program will look like for them.
Representative Schultz withdraws the A25 amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mecklen moves to amend Senate File Number 3035, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A14.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Mecklen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this is a scaled-down version of the previous, which would simply strip out subdivision 2. You know, the more I look at this and the more we hear from back and forth, I mean, apparently everybody assumes that all contractors are just flush with cash, and no matter the size of them. Like I said, I don't know how you remedy it if it gets into a he said, she said thing, and we already have the wage theft laws. So I don't know. This feels an awful lot like Al Capone back in the day. Do it our way, or we're going to make you pay for it. But I do request a roll call, please, Madam Chair.
Representative Mecklen requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment. The member from Ramsey, Representative Feist.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak against this amendment. It would delete the heart of this bill, which is a shifting of liability to the general contractor who is in the most, has the most ability to control wage theft on their project. They are already liable for OSHA and other workplace safety, so this is not an unheard of legal mechanism. I would like to speak to a few things that have been said in the discussion of this bill. First, I have it on good authority that Representative Mahoney apparently made up that statistic of 99.9% of general contractors are good actors. But I also would like to clarify, the statistic I said was that nearly 25% of workers are subjected to wage theft. So I wasn't saying that 25% of general contractors are committing wage theft. And I do think that is important because, as I've said, there are a majority of general contractors who are out there trying to do the right thing, and they are competing against general contractors who are stealing wages and are outbidding them because of that wage theft and those unethical business practices. I also want to emphasize that wage theft is real. Representative Swedzinski said it's not anyone that he knows, and that is true. But I saw in the hearings on this bill, we had workers come to the Capitol and share their stories at great length. And then we had people come up to testify who said that wage theft wasn't happening after hearing those stories. So clearly the workers in this scenario are not being heard. They are not empowered to speak up, and that is the problem with the 2019 wage theft law, is that not enough workers are feeling empowered or able to assert themselves, and that is why that 2019 law needs to be updated and enhanced through the creation of the civil liability. We talked a bit about exceptions, and I'd like to clarify that the reason we have exceptions in this bill is that there are scenarios where wage theft is less of a prevalent issue. Those are scenarios where there are collective bargaining agreements, also where there are prevailing wage law protections in place, and for small projects. And we talked a lot about small business owners and small construction businesses, and those are in fact exempt from this bill. I believe it was Representative Mecklen asked, like, where do we come up with 10 houses? That was where. We wanted small projects to be exempt, so that, you know, if I, a homeowner, have a home improvement project, that I'm not going to have this complicated bill apply to me. And the same is true for small contractors. Representative Franson said that the American dream is under attack, and I agree. Most of the workers that we're talking about are immigrants. They have come to this country, they are working, doing the jobs that they've been hired to do, and they are not being paid, or they are not safe, or when they injure themselves, they are not taken care of by their employer. Oftentimes, they don't know who their employer is, or they're relying on that employer for housing. They are truly vulnerable, and these are the people who have come here for a better life. They are contributing to our housing market, to our economy, and the American dream is under attack unless we do something about wage theft. And lastly, I just wanted to say that the idea that we would save housing costs by stealing money from vulnerable workers is just not, it does not sit well with me. The idea that we should save money on the backs of unpaid, underpaid, and unsafe workers is, to quote Representative New Brindley, bonkers. So I oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on the Mecklen amendment. Representative Mecklen?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, like you, I'm not denying wage theft exists. I think you should go actually punish those that are committing it, not everybody else who's doing everything right. Because I will have to hire people to be compliant with this, and it'll probably be two. To audit everybody else's book work, which I think will be challenged in courts, and I don't think it's ever going to hold up, but please vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move a recess to the call of the Speaker until approximately 7 p.m.
Representative Long moves a recess to the call of the chair until 7 p.m. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. No! The motion prevails. The House stands in recess until 7 o'clock p.m.